So, welcome everybody to the February meeting of Full Council. We have a busy agenda this evening, which includes the setting of the Council's budget for the next financial year. So, we'll move on without delay. Are there any apologies? Yes?
Somebody given that?
Any other apologies?
Councillor Sandu.
None from your side? Nobody else? Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? I understand the monitoring officer will now advise councillors that she intends to grant a general dispensation which enables you to vote on the council tax proposals at item 13 and the councillors' allowance scheme at item 15 on this evening's agenda. Emily?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Councillors, as you are aware, at item 13 of the agenda, we have the report setting the council tax 25-26, and at item 15, the report setting out the details of the councillors' allowances and expenses scheme 25-26. Given the content of these reports, I am granting a dispensation to all councillors for the duration of this meeting from the restrictions under section 31(4)(a) and (b) of the Localism Act 2011 to allow all councillors to participate in discussions and vote on these items on the agenda without the need to declare a specific interest. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right, I'll start again. Item 3, minutes of the meeting of council held on the 15th of January. I've got 2020. Emily, should that be 25 there?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, a slight typo. I'll start again. Item 3, minutes of the meeting of council held on the 15th of January 2025. We'll now approve the minutes of our last meeting. Will somebody move these minutes, please? I'll take a mover. Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hesselgrave. Are there any speakers on this item? Well, I'll therefore proceed to a vote by a show of hands. Can we all vote on that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody against? Item 4, announcements from the Mayor. Before I start any announcements, I will deal with some housekeeping in relation to the business of this evening's meeting. I'd like to remind councillors of the procedures relating to the setting of the council's budget and council tax for the forthcoming financial year. Under Council Procedural CP 46, I hold discretion to vary the amount of time given to speeches. As is the usual custom and practice for this meeting, the minute relating to the budget will be moved by a member of the Council Cabinet, who is able to speak for an unlimited period under our normal rules of procedure. I then intend to allow discretion for the leaders or nominated spokesperson of each group to speak for longer than 5 minutes in response. However, I'd encourage all speakers to be limited to no more than 10 minutes each, given the amount of business we have to consider. Once the initial responses have been heard, the normal rules of debate will apply and speeches will be limited to 5 minutes. I am aware that at least one amendment has been submitted to Democratic Services in advance of this meeting. To ensure that every group has equal opportunity to have an amendment considered, should they wish to table one, I intend to take one speaker from each group in order of size during the substantive debate. I also intend to allow any leaders or spokespersons who spoke initially to speak again should they wish to move on an amendment themselves. I'd like to remind councillors that under the Council Procedure Rule CP 72B and as required by legislation, all votes in relation to the setting of the council's budget or council tax precepts will be recorded in the minutes. This will include any amendments and votes on the substantive motions, and I will invite an officer to conduct a recorded vote in the usual manner when required to do so. Council tax adjournment. Councillors have been made aware prior to this meeting of a scheduling problem relating to the setting of the council tax at item 13 on this evening's agenda. The Council recently became aware that Derbyshire Fire Authority are not due to meet until tomorrow morning to determine their element of the council tax, known as the precept. The Local Government Finance Act 1992 requires that the Council, as the billing authority, may not set its council tax before the pre-setting amount is agreed. Moreover, the Act requires that not only the full Council may discharge the function of setting the council tax, and that the function cannot be delegated to either individual councillors or officers. In practice, this means that we are all unable to agree the level of council tax to be levied this evening, and that, subject to a budget being approved, we will need to seek an adjournment until tomorrow at the earliest. In liaison with group leaders, it has been agreed that we will seek to conduct all of the business on this evening's agenda tonight, and upon the conclusion of that business, we will adjourn to the meeting proposed at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I understand that this will come as a significant inconvenience to members, and I very much appreciate your cooperation as we seek to resolve this important matter. Now, a quick drink and I'll be back with you. Sorry, but I'm suffering from a bit of a cold as well. So, civic engagements. Since our last meeting, there's been another busy period of engagements for both myself and the Deputy Mayor. Last month, I was delighted to welcome the Managing Director of Toyota Motor Manufacturing UK to the Council House to take the official delivery of a hydrogen-powered Mirror motorcar, which has been kindly provided to the Mayor's office free of charge. And I'd like to thank our friends and partners at Toyota for this incredible gesture. At the end of January, I was moved to attend various events throughout the city in recognition of the Holocaust Memorial Day. This included hosting a civic lunch for members of the Derby's dedicated Holocaust Memorial Working Group, attending a service of reflection and stone setting at Derby Cathedral, and visiting the Bosnia and Herzegovina Centre to honour victims of the Bosnian War. The last few weeks have also been busy with sporting action. I attended both the Hockey Super 6 finals at Derby Arena and the Derby Swing Championships at Moorways Sporting Village. It was also great to see the Council's state-of-the-art facilities being put to such good use. Earlier this month, I was very proud and honoured to welcome Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, to Derby on a visit to Nuclear Skills Academy at Affinity Park as part of the National Apprenticeship Week. Princess Anne met with staff from the University of Derby, Rolls-Royce, as well as apprentices from a range of courses to learn more about the fantastic opportunities available to young learners in Derby. Finally, last Saturday I attended a service to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This council had previously pledged its support to the people of Ukraine and to the Ukrainian community in Derby. As the fate of Ukraine as a sovereign nation is being debated at the international stage, I am sure we would all stand firmly behind that commitment and reaffirm our own belief in the principles of democracy, self-determination, human rights and freedom. Now going on to the Youth Mayor election results. I am pleased to report that the Council the outcome of the recent Derby Youth Mayor elections 2025 to 26. I was invited to attend the Voices in Action Youth Council for the hustings event before Christmas and the announcement of the election results earlier this month. I was inspired by the passion, enthusiasm and talent on display from the young people of all backgrounds, many of whom I'm sure will be sitting in this council chamber one day themselves. More than 12,000 votes were cast in an election, and I am pleased to announce that India Johal of Little Over Community School will be the Youth Mayor for 2025-26, and Miriam Raza of Derby Moor Academy will serve as her deputy. We look forward to taking their office at our annual general meeting in May. Thank you. Item 5, statement by members of the Council Cabinet. Now, we move to statements from members of the Council Cabinet. We have been notified that Councillor Coswisley has given notice of a statement relating to EMCCA transport funding. As a reminder, statements are not time limited, and opposition spokespeople will have an opportunity to respond. However, it may not be open to debate from the floor. Councillor?
Thank you. Mr Mayor, fellow councillors and residents of Derby, I stand before you today to share some fantastic news. News that will bring significant improvements to our city's transport and highways infrastructure. News that was unable to be included in the budget report due to timing, but will be a fantastic benefit to Derby. Derby is set to receive a vital injection of funding, £15.6 million, from the East Midlands Combined County Authority, EMCA I shall be referring to. This is a momentous step forward in ensuring that our roads, highways and public transport systems are fit for the future. Of this sum, £10.71 million is brand new funding, made possible by the establishment of EMCA, reinforcing our commitment to better connectivity, smoother transport routes and safer infrastructure for all. Let me be clear, this funding isn't just numbers on a page, it will directly translate into real-world benefits, including £6.46 million from the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlements 2 to improve key infrastructure such as the A52 Spondon interchange, enhancements to the Inner Ring Road, a feasibility study and designs for the much-needed replacement of Darley Abbey Mills Bridge, improvements for cyclists and pedestrians to encourage greener, more sustainable travel, and essential repairs to culverts and preventative highway maintenance. On top of that, we are securing £3 million for vital junction improvements on Merrill Way, A514 and Bolton Lane, key to unlocking further economic growth through the South Derby Growth Zone. Further funding includes £3.117 million plus an additional £1.259 million specifically for highways maintenance and £2.94 million in capital spending for our bus service improvement plan, ensuring better, more reliable public transport services for our residents. Councillors, these are real, tangible investments that will touch every part of our city, from reducing congestion and repairing roads to enhancing cycling routes and improving public transport. This funding will make a lasting difference to how we all move around in Derby. We must also acknowledge the challenges we face. The pressure on our council budget means we are not in a position to take on additional borrowing for our highways and transport capital programme in 25-26. That's why this external funding is not just welcome, it's essential. These proposals will be reviewed by the EMCA Transport and Digital Connectivity Committee on the 4th of March before proceeding to the EMCA Board and the Department for Transport. Once finalised, a full report will be presented to Derby City Council's Cabinet. Colleagues, this is a significant moment for Derby. It demonstrates what we can achieve when we work together, leveraging regional partnerships to secure funding that benefits every resident. Let us support this initiative wholeheartedly and continue to fight for the investment our city needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now invite opposition group leaders or nominated spokespersons to respond. Anything from your group? Councillor Prosser.
Yeah, okay. So it is great to see extra money invested into this city and its infrastructure. I believe that the Mayor wasn't necessarily involved in this project, or wasn't necessary to be involved in the project. It could have been done without a Mayor. But last time I checked, this city's roads were substandard and requiring nearly £100 million in works to bring it up to an acceptable level. While my data might be out of date, the pavements and roads in parts of this city are returning to gravel and putting elderly residents particularly at risk. This funding does not resolve these issues and is being mostly spent on very specific headline projects. We need a more balanced investment to bring our roads and pavements up to standard, and that needs to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. There is so much needing to be done to our road network that I'm afraid, even though it sounds like a large sum of money, it's going to go nowhere near enough. We know that our pedestrian and cycle routes aren't good enough. We have too many dropped crossings, which makes it difficult for people in wheelchairs or pushing pushchairs. We know there are difficult junctions where pedestrians have to wait a long time. We know that there are things in every area which local people will have contacted ourselves about, which need improvements. It'd be really useful to have a way for councillors to get involved in suggesting some of the things that need doing, little things in some cases which may only be a few drop curbs to make a real difference to people's accessibility to a bus stop or to a school, and can free up and encourage that modal shift. So alongside this work that's happening, it'd be really good to have a mechanism by which local people and councillors can feed in and ensure that some of the most effective changes actually manage to be included in the work programme. One of the things that I would like to see specifically for public transport is more information about the bus services that leave not from the bus station but from the streets around the city centre, because there is no obvious information route for people who want to catch a bus, say to Alistry, to be able to know where they go. There isn't information at the bus station unless you go and talk to somebody at the in the kiosk, because there isn't actually that information being presented on a departure board. So departure boards for bus services in the city centre, not just the bus station, it would be really useful. And also people on the streets need to know what goes from the bus station. So some work around that, specifically for public transport, would be great. And please let all members of the council and people from the public feed into what that programme is going to include. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Independents, do you have anything to say? Thank you, everybody. I'll now move on to item 6, questions from members of the public. We now hear questions from members of the public to Cabinet members. We've received 4 in total. We will move directly to the supplementary questions unless a response that has not already been provided in the booklet. We only have Mr. Simon Bacon here this evening. Welcome back, Simon. You were sadly missed. So if you'd like to ask your supplementary, which I'm sure you've got.
Oh, there we go. I have got a supplementary question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you for your response, Councillor, in relation to the collection or potential collection of batteries at the curbside. With the ever-expanding use of hidden batteries in e-waste, the value of scrap e-waste and the current risk to staff and vehicles where such waste is not disposed of correctly, will the Council give consideration moving forward for a curbside collection scheme? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and welcome back. That's an interesting question, and I will discuss it with officers to see the best way forward, to determine the best way forward, and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Ms. Bacon, have you got another supplementary?
I have, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thanks once again, Councillor, for your response to my question in relation to residual waste volumes. Waste levels in recent years, as shown in your answer, highlight a continued fall in residual waste in the confirmed years, which goes against the waste projected that condemned us to the Symphony incinerator. Does the Council have a future waste projection they can share with me now or after the meeting, please?
Thank you, Simon. I'll take that away and get back to you.
Right, thank you, everybody. Now on to item 7, which is questions related to Derbyshire Firing Authority or Derby Homes. None have been received. Item 8, questions from non-council cabinet members. We now move on to questions from non-council cabinet members. 4 have been received on this occasion. Councillor Matt Holmes, have you a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Swan, this isn't a question of whether the A38 goes ahead or not, nor the ownership of it. The city has every right to expect transparency from the Labour administration in regard to this major infrastructure project. That's what leadership is all about, especially as you're entering into a strategic transport discussions via the combined authority. So I'd ask that, given your admission that opposing the A38 scheme publicly would brand the Labour administration as anti-business and anti-motorist, in my opinion, pretty clear confirmation that you oppose it. How does your political strategy to dodge criticism from environmental pressure groups while simultaneously concealing your stance from the people of Derby serve this city?
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. When I read this question, I thought I was reading an Agatha Christie, so much that I had to go back to the officers and say, is this actually a question? In case, for those people that don't know, best known for fictional detective novels. Councillor Holmes, maybe this is your opportunity to come out from the shadows and say yes or no. However, I will repeat, this is not our scheme. Our focus regarding the outcome will always be growing the economy, protecting our natural environment and reducing our carbon emissions for the city. That's what leadership is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smale, have you got a supplementary? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on then. Item 9, minute extract 30-24 of the Conservation and Heritage Advisory Committee. We will now consider a minute extract from the Conservation and Heritage Advisory Committee. I understand the committee are recommending the appointment of a new co-opted member with specialist expertise in Derby's architectural heritage. Can I invite one of the councillor members of the committee to move the minutes, please? That's either Councillor Bonser. Councillor Bonser?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you. I'm happy to move that minute.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder?
Councillor Lakin.
Any further speakers?
Councillor Kerr.
Councillor Kerr?
Thank you. And I'm not on the Conservation Advisory Committee.
No. Have you pressed your microphone?
Sorry? Yeah, it's on. I'm not on the committee, but I have been in the past, and it's, I think, a very valuable committee. And I hope that recommendations from other members of the committee and the observation of that committee have meant that we've got a really good person to join it, because it deserves good people. But in the past, when we have appointed individuals to join our committees as independent members, we've also been provided with a small amount of information, a sort of a thumbnail sketch as to who it is we're talking about. Here we've been given very little new information apart from the fact this is an architect from Derby with knowledge about Derby. And I think it would have been nice to have been included with a small amount of information about his qualifications or his length of living in Derby or similar, just to give us reassurance that we're doing the right thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Any against? That's carried. Item 10, minute extract 21-24 of the Licensing Committee. The next item of business is a minute extract from the Licensing Committee proposing the adoption of a revised statement of licensing principles for 25-26, which details how the Council will discharge its functions under the Licensing Act 2003. Councillor Hallison Holmes, as Chair of the Licensing Committee, will you propose a minute to Council, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Move as printed.
Thank you. Have we a seconder? Thank you, Mr Mulhall. All in favour, please.
Majority.
That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 11. Minute extract 133-24 of the Council Cabinet meeting held on the 12th of February 2025. The next item of business relates to the setting of the Council's budget. Councillors will find in their agenda pack the minutes of the Council Cabinet meeting held earlier this month relating to the medium-term financial plan, which Council will be asked to approve. Appended to the minute extract is the original report considered by the Cabinet earlier this month. As you are already aware, the mover of the motion is not time limited, and I understand that Councillor Peatfield intends to move the minutes of the Cabinet. Group leaders will then be allowed unlimited time to respond before any amendments are dealt with. Subsequently, following the process I outlined earlier, Councillor Peatfield, as Leader of the Council, will you move the minute, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, I present to you my first budget as Leader of Derby City Council. A budget that confronts our financial challenges head-on while laying the groundwork for a prosperous and vibrant future for our city. I will shortly present some of the key investments the Cabinet and I are proposing, but it's important that I start by setting out our intention to set a balanced budget for the 25-26 financial year. Given the challenges facing local government, this in itself is important and significant. I can also confirm that it is our intention to outline a balanced budget for 2026-27, the second year of the medium-term plan, something this council has not managed to achieve since 2014, an entire decade ago. Now that's what I call remarkable. Delivering this has not been easy, and the Cabinet and I have had to make some soul-searching decisions over the last 7 months. The local government sector continues to feel the significant financial challenges brought on by 14 years of Tory austerity, where funding for local government has fallen by as much as 49%. When we began the budget process, we didn't know what the settlement we would get or how much it would help us, but what we did know was that government expectation, as it has always been, was to continue to do everything we could as an organisation to reduce costs, reduce debt, and raise income. We had to approach this budget with an assumption of business as usual and plan for the worst-case scenario to ensure that we could survive as an organisation without entering into Section 114 territory. With that in mind, our budget strategy, considered by Cabinet in November, identified at that time a budget gap of £25 million. Now, our workforce, let me state for the record, is our most valued asset, and we thank them for their dedication to serving our city and their incredible hard-working service. The most difficult decision that we had to take early on was to consider redundancies. After all of the savings had been pushed as far as they could, this was the only significant way we could bridge a remaining £4 million gap of the £10 million savings we had to find. We have, in the process of this budget, sought to minimise compulsory redundancies, managing recruitment throughout the year to essential posts only, and providing a financial package to those members of staff who have requested to leave. Our proposals contained with this budget will reduce the workforce, a difficult but unfortunately necessary decision taken to deliver the required savings to balance the budget and progress to financial sustainability over the medium term. As I have stressed and will continue to do so, this is a responsible budget, responding to the needs of the city, protecting our most vulnerable, and setting the ambition to achieve financial sustainability. The Council's reserves are at a dangerously low level, and without our decisive action, our Section 151 officer would likely have had to report that our financial position was simply unsustainable. When Labour left administration in 2018, this council had a healthy level of reserves of over £35 million. Upon returning to lead the council in 2023, 5 short years later, we inherited a position where those reserves had been depleted to a dangerously low level of £3.5 million. That has seriously challenged the viability of this council. The report details an assessment of the adequacy of reserves, which are required as part of the budget process. These demonstrate that the council is able to set a balanced budget for 25-26 and an indicative balanced budget for 26-27, with a plan to ensure its finances in the short to medium term are put on a sustainable footing. Contributions to reserves total £10 million next year. However, there is still work to do, and the strict financial management controls we have established will need to be sustained so that our reserves position can be maintained at a level that ensures the Council is able to respond to any major unplanned financial shocks, which could potentially undermine the financial position of the Council. Our aspiration is to increase our reserves to at least 5% of our budget, and achieving this by a further 0.5% each year until we reach adequate levels and regain the financial sustainability this Council enjoyed during our last administration. We find this plan to be moderate, sensible and responsible, considering both our reserves position but also the need to invest in our priorities and our services. The new Labour government has responded to this national funding crisis with a deal for local government that far outweighs any seen over recent years, providing a real term increase of nearly 7%. Yet despite this, the financial hardships facing the sector haven't been reversed. The simple fact is that a Labour government in its first year will not be able to correct the previous 14 years of cruel Tory austerity. Only last week, we've seen reports in the national press, 30 councils receiving exceptional financial support packages totalling £1.3 billion as they struggle to balance their budgets. We must avoid this at all costs and avoid committing future generations of the city with a council overburdened by debt through such interventions. Indeed, I will take this opportunity to remind all councillors that cross-party recommendations from the Exec Scrutiny Board, welcomed by Cabinet, recommended that we should avoid Section 114 at all costs and that we should prioritise replenishing our reserves. This is a period of recovery, and the government recognises this, responding with a new funding stream based on deprivation, prioritising £600 million to those councils like Derby who have experienced the greatest demand for their services and are least able to fund those locally. This allows us, as a council, to respond to that opportunity for recovery by ensuring that we too are responsible. We recognise that to enable us to respond in a responsible way, kickstart our financial recovery with a combination of government support and our recommended budget, that we do have to increase council tax by the maximum 4.99%. This is something that is expected of us by government and is not a decision that we have taken lightly. Let me be clear, we acknowledged the financial challenges this council faced when we wrote our winning 2023 manifesto. And that is why we made no pledge to keep council tax low. It would have been irresponsible of us to do so, unlike the then Conservative administration before us, who made that pledge but never stuck to it, raising council tax to the maximum each year. We understand that this is not what the public want to hear, but to reduce the increase by even just 1% would mean a year-on-year loss of £1.3 million to this council. Now, having to find £10 million of savings, and including the weight of responsibility for redundancies, put this very much into perspective for us as a cabinet. And we recognise that we cannot always do what is popular, but we can strive to do what is right and responsible. If Derby City Council goes under, everybody suffers. And that is a situation we must avoid at all cost, as reminded to us by the Executive Scrutiny Board. Until the outdated, regressive council tax is reformed, we have no choice but to protect our most vulnerable. The protections we have in place will mean that around 67% of Derby council taxpayers will not have to pay more than £1.30 a week more in council tax than they paid in 2024-25. The increase will be mitigated for those eligible for council tax support, and we propose to invest an additional £200,000 to the hardship fund that we created during the worst of austerity, increasing that pot to an incredible £500,000 to support those residents who are the most financially vulnerable households suffering with hardship. Our means of raising revenue are limited, and we cannot tie one hand behind our back by restricting those means, as much as lowering council tax rates would be a short-term populist and headline-grabbing move. We in this chamber all agreed to move to a 4-year term for political and financial stability. As custodians of the council during this term, we take that responsibility very seriously, with a long-term view of the future of Derby City Council. With that in mind, I remind full council that next year this council is facing pressures of £39 million, which is far in excess of the resources it has available, and has required the delivery of £10 million of savings, taking the total amount of savings delivered by Derby City Council since austerity began in 2010 to nearly £300 million. It continues to be necessary to address the impact of demand pressures and inflationary costs, while maintaining priority services and investing in our city. That is why, in this budget, we have allowed breathing space for some of those pressures, so that we do not enter a new financial year with an immediate overspend, as has been the trend for many years now. Bucking that trend is the beginning, a sign of a new beginning. We must continue to be fiscally responsible while we invest in innovative means of ensuring the council can continue to deliver effective, efficient services. So now for the good news. Despite the significant challenges I have set out, the budget that we recommend to Council tonight provides some welcome and necessary investment in services, whilst contributing to our future financial resilience and investing in a bold city ambition and our pledge to put people first. Many of these additional investments have been made possible thanks to additional funding from government, which has put us in a more secure financial footing. The revenue proposals include reversing Tory cuts to grass cutting by investing an extra £200,000 into services. That means extra gardeners and a new machine capable of cutting wet grass. Appointing a new city centre manager, described by the Derby Telegraph as an exciting new role and one that will sweeten the prospect of a bright future ahead. Thank you very much, Derby Telegraph, for the support. Our restructured neighbourhood team, they are doing an amazing job, but the locality that covers the city centre also covers the expansive areas of Darley, Mackworth and New Zealand and Alistry. The demands of the city centre mean that neighbourhood resources in those wards have been stretched thinly. Dedicating a manager to the city centre will free up the current locality manager to focus on Mackworth and New Zealand, Alistry and Darley, while the new role will focus solely on the city centre, helping to revitalise our urban core, foster economic growth, community engagement, coordinate our nighttime economy and city centre safety, particularly for women and girls. We will be bolstering the waste minimisation team to tackle fly tipping and bins on streets by creating 2 new posts and giving the team the powers to take action. And we'll hear more about that from the Cabinet member. A one-off cultural recovery fund of £250,000 to help safeguard the future of our key cultural partners across the city. An extra officer to support the delivery of our new and ambitious local plan, extra resources in our regeneration team to support our ambitious capital regeneration programme to transform our city centre and continue the path of economic growth, and the additional capacity of 2 officers to support our SEND team. Extra funding to help relieve temporary accommodation financial pressures. Maintaining the booking-free Sundays at Rainsway Waste and Recycling Centre. We went straight to the source and asked people using the site on a Sunday if they preferred the booking system, open visits, or a choice of both. 2/3 indicated that they wanted either open visits or a choice. Now, no matter how people want to paint the politics, we have listened to those directly using the facility, and we consider offering the public a choice and increasing recycling rates to be a good use of public money. We also have an ambitious £400 million capital investment programme, despite the current financial constraints. This will deliver across themes such as economic regeneration, health and well-being, economic vibrancy, diversification and skills, job creation, and the development of the city's cultural offer. These will have a major positive impact on the city, including a new depot incorporating additional highways capacity, a new crematorium, the remodelling and reopening of the Guildhall, completion of the Eastern Gateway, and the investment into small children's homes accommodation strategy. Our schools have welcomed additional investment with an additional £2.3 billion nationally. Locally, this means that we can continue to support extended early years, offer expanding the education of early years provision for working parents, and of course, we welcome the recent news that 8 of our city's schools will be joining the Free Breakfast Club pilot. Additional investment is provided too for special educational needs, where increases next year are 8%, resulting in over £4 million of additional funding for our children. Councillor Kozlowski has detailed in her Cabinet Member Statement new transport funding from MCA, and Councillor Martin will also provide more detail on the adult social care support we've received in both the settlement and more recent announcements. Regionally, we recognise that collaboration is key to achieving our goals. By working closely with the MCA, established in March 2024, we are leveraging a £1.14 billion devolution deal to bring decision-making closer to home. This partnership enables us to address local needs more effectively and ensures that Derby benefits from regional growth and investment in our transport priorities, inclusive economic growth, local skills and jobs, and our housing strategy. While it may not mean much yet to our residents, we are working hard to ensure the impact of this regional investment is seen and felt here in Derby. And it would, of course, be remiss of me not to point to the largest looming change on the evolving landscape for local government in our region and across the country. The government's recent English devolution white paper emphasises the need for streamlined and efficient local authorities. Local government reorganisation brings the opportunity to focus more public-funded spending on public services, which is something that everyone can agree is a good thing. As members will be aware, we are actively engaging in positive discussions with our district and borough partners across Derbyshire regarding local government reorganisation to ensure that any changes serve the best interests of Derby and its residents, and we will be bringing an initial proposal to full council that will represent a right-sized, balanced and equal opportunity for the whole county. Mr Mayor, I wholeheartedly, passionately and exhaustingly recommend this budget to full council. I wish I could say that it was produced in the spirit of cross-party collaboration and cooperation. I have consistently invited group leaders to discuss the budget with me but they haven't responded. I hope that they can see how hard and conscientiously we have worked. I hope that they respect the advice of our skilled and dedicated officers, and that they can recognise that when we collaborate for the good of the city, our residents thank us for it. It is my sincere hope, Mr Mayor, that this budget is accepted by full council and its significant investment and improvement is embraced by us all. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Section 151 Officer and Director of Finance, Alison Parkin, for her support, guidance, time devoted, and no doubt, like us, sleepless nights, frustration and stress during this lengthy process. Please pass on our thanks to your team for all the work that we don't see, and to all officers involved in this painstaking process. We do appreciate you. I will conclude by saying this. Our responsible yet ambitious budget is so much more than a financial statement. It is a testament to our resilience, our commitment to progress, and our unwavering dedication to the people of Derby. Together, we are navigating challenges, seizing opportunities, listening to residents, and putting people first. With the assurance of a stable financial footing, we will be able to move forward confidently, delivering and improving our services and continuing to build a Derby to be proud of and a future where our residents thrive. Mr Mayor, I move the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take a seconder. Does anybody want to second that? Thank you. Do you want to speak now? Or? I'll now refer the matter to the Conservative group. Councillor Smale.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd like to begin by thanking the finance team for taking the time to meet with us and to explain the budget in detail to the Conservative group. I extend my gratitude in particular to Alison Parkin, who has met with us on numerous occasions to help us navigate what we all recognise as a complex set of figures. Today, however, I stand before this chamber on behalf of the Conservative group to deliver our response to the Labour administration's budget proposals for Derby. This is not a budget. It's a betrayal of trust, a shameless assault on our residents' wallets, and a towering monument to Labour's litany of broken promises. We speak not just as councillors, but as the voice of every hard-working family, every struggling pensioner, and every taxpayer in this city who has been deceived by a Labour Party that promises the earth and delivers only hardship. This isn't a plan for Derby, it's a punishment for Derby. So, let's start off with Labour's so-called promises. Those glittering pledges dangled before the nation and here in Derby during the 3 years leading up to the general election. Nationally, Labour swore there'd be no tax increases, and that included council tax. They vowed to protect the winter fuel allowance, yet in one foul swoop abandoned pensioners. They promised to slash energy bills, £300 a year, a figure trumpeted as a cornerstone of their campaign, not just locally, but across the country. Yet, the very next day, what do we see? Ofgem energy price cap rises again for the third consecutive time, driving up household bills when Labour claimed they would bring them down. And to that, this council's 4.99% council tax hike, which Councillor Peatfield quite rightly said, the maximum legally allowed, and you have a triple blow of broken promises hitting Derby residents from both Westminster and this Labour administration. Where's the relief? Where's the £300 saving? Where's the integrity in a party that can't keep its word? For years, Labour's national leaders, Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Ed Miliband, preached a gospel of cheaper energy will cut the bills by £300, pointing to their grand vision of Great British Energy and a clean power revolution by 2030. This is very relevant to the residents of Derby who are paying the punishment for it.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, every other group gave Councillor Peatfield a clear way, didn't they? They didn't interrupt, they didn't shout, they didn't abuse anything. So will you please let Councillor Smale have the same? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. This pledge echoed throughout the general election, a lifeline for families drowning in the cost of living crisis. These promises were championed by the entire cabinet whilst campaigning for their beloved Derby South MP. Yet 8 months on into their government, the Ofgem cap rises again, mocking that £300 promise with extra pound added to gas and electricity bills. So, here in Derby, Labour's local regime piles on the pain with a council tax increase that will see Band-Aid households, as once stated by Councillor Peatfield, pay an extra £1.11 a week and Band C £1.48 a week. This isn't protection, it's plunder. And that of what of the £22.6 million Labour's proud boast of the 8.6% boost to Derby's core spending power. Councillor Peatfield and her Labour colleagues strut around on social media and press releases like they've struck gold. Look at us, they crow. We've secured £22.6 million extra. We're the saviours of Derby. But if you've got £22.6 million more, why are you still raising council tax? That money should be a buffer, a chance to honour Labour's pledges and ease the burden on every single taxpayer in Derby. Instead, it's a prop for Labour's ego, a cushion for some certain pet projects, while Derby residents foot the bill twice over. Despite this funding windfall, the administration is still cutting £10 million in services. Labour used to argue, especially in opposition, that there should be no cuts to services, yet another campaign promise they abandoned. They are slashing 95 full-time equivalent jobs, masking most as vacant posts that could have been filled to serve our city. I'm sure the unions who back Labour will appreciate this support for our hard-working council staff who work all year round for our local authority. So, why are we cutting services and hiking taxes when Labour's sitting on £22.6 million? This isn't prudence, it's a betrayal of every pledge, from the £300 energy cut to the no tax rise lie and the removal of winter fuel allowance. So, this brings me on to national insurance increases. Rachel Reeves claims we will pay for all public sector employee national insurance increase. Another outright lie. This council must absorb 1.5 million of it over the next 3 years. That's the equivalent of over 1% of council tax. Figures for external contract suppliers have still not been made available to us, but other local authorities are reporting a £1 to £3 million pressure in national insurance contributions for suppliers of social services, which will no doubt have to be paid for by this council. Once again, the taxpayer foots the bill for a councillor who should be on her way out. So, what's Labour's grand solution? Again, like last year, artificial intelligence. They're betting on robots to transform services, automating care reviews, chasing overpayments, cutting corners. They call it innovative, I call it reckless. Last year, they failed to deliver on care package reviews, with savings made elsewhere to mask that utter failure. So, what happens when the tech fails a pensioner in Darley, when an algorithm misses a family's needs in Chaddersden, when the lonely elderly, already abandoned by Labour's fuel allowance cuts, can't even get a human voice on the line to Darcy and Ali, which many are continuing to struggle? This isn't the future. It's a dystopian dodge to avoid accountability where Labour's pledges lies in tatters. So, Labour's £10 million services to cuts, despite £22.6 million extra, reveal a failure of vision and leadership. They promised the earth to Derby's residents, locally and nationally, just to win power, and it's been nothing but abject failure. We in the Conservative group reject this budget outright. It's a catalogue of Labour's failures, 22.6 million more, yet they raid the pockets. No tax rises sworn, yet council tax climbs. We call on this council to rethink this disgraceful tax grab and to use the 22.6 million to shield our residents, not burden them further. We demand a budget that keeps faith with Labour's promises, not one that tramples them into the dirt. Derby's residents deserve better than Labour's lies. They see through the spin. They feel the sting of betrayal, and they'll remember it when they come to vote. This isn't just a budget debate, it's a fight for Derby's future. Labour's had its say, and it's a shambles. Now it's our turn to stand up, demand better, and hold them to account. We say no to this tax hike. We say no to this treachery. We say yes to a Derby that thrives and not just survives. I call upon all opposition members to vote against this budget until they address their manifesto pledges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll try and be brief. I'm just going to start with a quote. I heard it said during a council-hosted meeting, and the quote was, "Now that austerity is over," I'm sorry, but I nearly fell off my chair. Last year in my budget speech, I said that I must be on another planet to everybody else. Well, like the residents of the International Space Station, I haven't yet managed to catch the bus home. To balance the budget this year, we've lost nearly 100 jobs. We're making amazing progress backwards, and every resident of this city knows it. We failed miserably last year to cut the grass, empty the street bins and clean the drains. We reduced our parks department to less than a skeleton crew, and if you need to phone the council for support, forget it. The robot will fob you off, and the overworked staff simply can't deliver the required results. All these things cost buttons in the scheme of things, but skewed priorities mean that we have failed to deliver on very basic functions. There are small improvements in the budget for some of these matters, but we should never have let it go so far. We still need to make fast progress on ensuring value for money, particularly in social care, but in all areas to free up much-needed revenue and restore basic services. There is some limited financial progress in this budget, which is welcome, but all gains made have been absolutely wiped out by tax rises and minimum wage rises dictated from the Labour government. These rises have hit the council, our suppliers and services with dramatic effect, and many city businesses are facing reductions, cutbacks, redundancies and closure. This is despite the huge promises ahead of the general election and the changing government. The budget, while balanced on paper, is unfortunately another bleak and depressing read.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Appley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, here we are again, another year, another budget meeting, the same conversations, the same topics and the same rhetoric being branded around the room. It's a bit like deja vu. We've all heard this all before and it's starting to get a bit boring. Despite the spin that goes around year after year, there is one thing about to happen once again. We are once asking the residents of Derby to pay more for less. No matter how this is sold overall, spending will go down. Whilst we ask people to pay more, it feels like a never-ending cycle. For sure, this cabinet have juggled the spending around between departments in an attempt to please residents, but in the grand scheme of things, I feel it's a bit like shoving the deck chairs around the Titanic. I say this not just as a councillor representing Littler, but also as a taxpayer. We all hear about the deleted job post, the reduction in FT, of all which are sold lost hours of work undertaken by Derby City Council. But it doesn't stop there. The amount of financial resources existing employees have to utilise in their roles also keeps dropping. As I'm sure we all have noticed that when we've attempted to get something done through our neighbourhood boards, will something happen or won't it happen? Who knows? There's a lot of investment into Derby City Centre happening now and in the pipeline. This is very welcome and very overdue. The city centre is the hub of the surrounding area. However, through the eyes of your average person out there, something seems slightly off. Our neighbourhoods all over the city are starting to look run down and neglected. Through several years of reduced budgets, it wasn't that noticeable. Now it is real noticeable. Those of us who have been council for some time are alert to what is going off around them and can see it too. The residents of the city can also see the investment in the city centre, but can also see the immediate surroundings looking run down. The immediate surroundings are where people live and spend their time when they're not at work or in an educational setting. I fully appreciate the council limiting the ways it can raise revenue alongside a host of constraints, but I'm quite sure that no matter where you are sat in this chamber, you have got fed up with justifying something that you are not comfortable with just because you have to. It has also been noticeable that prior to last year's general election, there was an air of thought in the Labour Party, both nationally and locally, that once the Conservatives were no longer in power, all the world's problems would magically go away. Well, guess what, Mr Mayor? They haven't. They've just got worse. It doesn't work like that, does it? And I'm sure you've all noticed. Going forward, there is a lot of hope pinned on the reorganisation of local government. Whilst long overdue, in my opinion, it is not a good idea to put all of your eggs in one basket. This will not solve all the problems before us. Alongside this reorganisation, it is not an idea for central government to deal with this underlying issue we have. An outdated, quickly cobbled together in the early 90s, not fit for purpose council tax system that was put in on the back of the council tax riots. I don't have any faith in this government, so to even attempt to deal with this matter at hand, so I guess we will all have to back this next year, having actually the same debate with the real term spending dropping again, despite the council tax going up. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First thing I'd like to say is not one penny more. Last May, we were promised no council tax rise in 2025 if you vote for a Labour government. But here we are, being asked to support a 4.9% council tax rise again. Tax people too far and they can't afford to pay it at all. Many parts of this city are very poor, including parts of my own ward. Also, my ward has a population of 17.5% over 65, who have already been hit this winter with fuel cuts. 24% of people in Band A houses currently require support to pay their council tax. The council recently held a consultation to find out what residents wanted from their council tax payments. Lo and behold, they wanted what we all have wanted for many years, which is improved frontline services. Bins emptied, grass cut, and potholes filled in. In other words, make Derby look and feel better. At the Pentagon Island, it used to say Derby in bloom, but now all it says is Derby in gloom. The council say they're going to allocate more money to frontline services. So we will see, is this the light at the end of the tunnel, or will it be a Labour Express train driven by a very expensive driver come to dash our hopes once more? But remember, not one penny more.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I really have to disagree with Councillor Atwell. There isn't really any déjà vu in this budget, particularly in the way he expresses it. And what really isn't déjà vu is to at last have some opposition councillors actually talking about adult social care. So thank you for the interest. Adult social care and public health are core council services protecting and supporting some of our most vulnerable residents. I have stated previously the need for national reform of social care, and I look forward to plans for that developed on a cross-party basis. In the meantime, the increasing draw we have on services, and it's increasing all the time, means that the lion's share of this budget is allocated to public health and adult social care, some £122 million. We are working on efficiency savings, totalling almost £4 million. And we are very pleased to have received our share of the £800 million extra allocated to social care by this government, along with the £1 million extra we received in the very final settlement announcement. That £1 million has been passed on to providers in the form of grants to top up their annual fee increases. And we know that providers are concerned about rising costs, and we are working with them on that. We have set a fair, balanced and responsible budget, providing services within what is affordable. And I will share with the Council that we have been under pressure from certain quarters, including providers, to actually increase the council tax above the 4.99% that's on the table tonight. And 6 other councils in the country have been permitted to do that without a referendum. And we haven't taken that approach because we're trying to be fair and balanced to all those people I know in the old Bolton ward who are struggling, and to many other people across the city who struggle at the moment with rising costs. We know the situation they're in, so we have tried to find a fine balance. We continue to work on improvements to the delivery of social care, and we are putting an extra 15.5 million into the social budget. I think that's about a 5.8% increase to deal with the anticipated rising costs we see in the future. So I assure our Conservative colleagues over here, my concern for the vulnerable and elderly in this city is absolute, and it doesn't matter which ward they live in. I view adult social care as everybody's responsibilities. As councillors, we all care for people in our wards, and no doubt some of us care for family members. So we all have a stake in this. I was delighted that last week we learned of the final grant settlements for public health, an extra £1.8 million in total, an above inflation increase. This will put public health on a sound footing and fund extra projects. furthering the invaluable work of public health. But let nobody be in any doubt that despite the extra funding, the challenges of meeting rising need are significant. We are very grateful to the people of Derby for paying the social care precept, and we recognise the need to spend every penny of that money effectively. Please support this budget to ensure that people can receive the care to which they are entitled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dinser. Do you... Oh, sorry, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really shocked. Is everyone in here out of touch with reality? And did we not hear the fact that we had £35 million worth of reserves and then we were left with £3.5? Clearly, I'm on a different planet like you, Councillor Prosser. I am part of an administration that recognises the profound challenges faced by many families and individuals in our community, particularly in light of the ongoing cost of living crisis. We know that this crisis is not something that will disappear overnight. It is the first year of a Labour government and the positive impact of that will take time. However, we are already seeing some positive changes and impact. The reality is this is something we will face for some time to come. However, the Labour government is starting to change it with the Labour Council, and I was keen to ensure the proposed budget that falls under my responsibility incorporated help and support for those challenges. Here in Derby, we've felt the impact of austerity. Over the last decade alone, funding in Derby has been reduced by an alarming £285 million. And we are only now beginning to fully comprehend the long-term effects of these cuts. It was always going to be a challenge to recover from such a depletion, but we are determined to do all we can to provide support to those who need it most. The £22.6 million received from central government was very welcome. When the Household Support Fund initiative was due to end, as per the Conservative government's budget, it would have been a serious blow to many in our city. Thankfully, the new Labour government made the decision to extend this vital support through the Household Support Fund 6, which will continue until the end of March. We understand that the uncertainty of relying on short-term measures isn't helpful for our families and residents, so we are pleased to announce that we've been awarded Household Support Fund 7, valued at around £4 million. This allocation is for the full financial year, meaning we can plan with confidence and provide more consistent long-term assistance without scrambling for emergency funding. Of course, there are clear criteria on how this money can be spent, but I wanted to highlight an important change that we have made. Through this extension, we've been able to reach out to 2,000 pensioners who were just outside the eligibility for pension credit, but were in receipt of housing benefit, excuse me, or council tax support. Rather than making go through an application process, these pensioners will automatically receive a £100 energy voucher towards the cost of their energy bill. This is just one example of how we are trying to ensure that support is reaching those who need it most, and we'll be looking to incorporate this offer to those pensioners from the Household Support Fund 7 too. This continuation has been vital, and as at the 24th of February, we have awarded £529,275 helping 5423 households with food voucher support, £196,210 to date, helping 3,006 households with energy support. 16,400 children on free school meals have been issued with food vouchers to cover food for each term break. 47 fabulous warm hubs have been operating across the city, supporting 17,500 families with not only food and warmth, but also a place for people to connect with others and access vital information. 58 care leavers, 12 with dependents, have received supermarket vouchers and additional support moving into their first homes, including essential household items like white goods and energy-saving products. These young people are also being linked into our financial wellbeing classes to equip them with the skills they need to thrive independently. £62,000 worth of support to households for basic energy-saving items, warm clothing and bedding has been issued to help reduce their living costs. I can see why it's perceived that we're doing nothing. If the government had not reinstated the Household Support Fund, I and officers were fearful of how many residents in the city who are already living hand-to-mouth would have escalated to their next level of crisis, and a system that is already on the brink would have collapsed. I commend the work officers and everyone who works on the Household Support Fund. Together, we've been innovative and adapted the fund to the needs of our residents in Derby. I would like to share again the amazing feedback comments from our external audit. Derby City Council exemplifies how a well-coordinated and empathetic approach can make a difference in a community. Their strategic use of Household Support Fund, focusing on both immediate and long-term solutions, services as a model for addressing poverty and deprivation. Through collaboration with community partners and unwavering commitment to improvement, the team are making a positive and lasting impact on the community. In Derby, we have a low council tax base. I know. Thank you.
Councillor Denzer, please stay seated if you want to. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just say, by making one particular point, austerity was 14 years, which meant £300 million cuts in services, which meant many, many employees being lost. And it can't be turned around in 7 months by a Labour government who have had to make difficult choices, but at the same time, they have delivered £22.6 million more for this council to deliver services. Now, that has always been, this time and previous years when the Conservatives were in central government control and locally, or conditional on 4.99% council tax raising. 2% for general council tax, 2.99% for social care, and my fellow cabinet member, Councillor Martin, has identified the importance of that and how we cannot lose any of that because it makes an impact. Because the demands for social care are increasing, not decreasing. And talking about making bold decisions, many have been made, which have been highlighted already, but we also have made a bold decision since taking control of the administration on use of AI, digital technology and automation to provide efficiencies and protect services that would have been cut without the use of digital technology and AI. Councillor Smale scoffed at the fact that adult social care AI implementation hasn't worked. Councillor Smale, I don't know if you were at the briefing which was given to all councillors on AI and what it's doing, and most people were positive about the implementation. Now, on adult social care, there has been a cultural shift as a result of the AI project implementation, which has meant there have been already efficiencies saved, and more will be realised in the following year. And what wasn't possible this year will be done in the following year. But we have had our frontline services protected when cuts were made in our staff in terms of AI in Darcy and Ali. Now they complete 750,000 calls and respond to 1.7 million questions, which is 44% of the demand, which is on the council in terms of public people wanting to speak, to have answers or information made available. 44% is being dealt with now by AI, although it still needs improving, and we have got phases coming up which will make the Darcy available on the web, Darcy on the phones, and for adult social care. Now, our AI is available 24/7 to our residents and our customers, when our previous service and our face-to-face service, which is still available for complex cases, human face-to-face is only 9 to 5. And that was actually cut, and we had to reinstate that as well recently. Debt management has been made in terms of using dashboards and AI and technology. We have made inroads, massive inroads in collecting back debt, which in the past was lost to us in your previous administration, Councillor Smale, but we are making turning a point on that, and recovering more of the debt that is owed to this council. Now, this is all about doing things to counter the cuts, the austerity of 14 years and £300 million less, and raiding our reserves. That is the implication. That if you think, anybody in this chamber thinks, that can be turned round with a flick of a switch, and overnight we have no tax increases, no cuts in services or employees, and services improving, you are living on a different planet. The point is that the Labour government has funded this council to stop the downward trend, and cuts and cuts and cuts. Now, the point of this year has been to steady the ship. We are hoping, we want, from this new Labour government to provide more funding for local councils, more funding for the people of Derby, because they need that to survive. And this is a start, and this administration has done that, and we are on the right course. Please support us.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honoured to speak on this budget today as a Cabinet Member for Street Pride, Public Safety and Leisure. Now, this is my first budget as a Cabinet Member, and I'm proud to do so as a Labour and Cooperative Councillor. You will find that this budget embodies the core values of this Labour administration: responsibility, responsiveness, and a relentless focus on delivering tangible improvements for the residents of Derby. The budget is a result of a tireless team effort over the past months to deliver a financial plan that not only balances the books for 2 years, but also invests in the services that matter most to our residents. So I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the officers and fellow cabinet members who have contributed to this comprehensive and forward-looking budget. As a responsible administration, we have listened attentively to the voices of Derby residents. We understand their concerns, their aspirations, and their desire for a city that is clean, safe, and well-maintained. Unlike the previous Conservative administration, which frittered away over 30 million, this budget prioritizes fiscal prudence and strategic investment. We are putting more money into our reserves, ensuring the long-term financial stability of our city. Now, Councillor Smil talks about raiding of the wallets and of plunder. But this conservative group asks you to ignore the evidence of your eyes with regards to their raiding of our reserves. Over £30 million. Now, forget about Pirates of the Caribbean. This group are pirates of Derby's reserves. As our Section 151 officer has repeatedly pointed out, we are not out of the woods yet. We must safeguard against any financial decisions that could effectively bankrupt the council. This must be our North Star. With this in mind, I want to highlight the key investments within my portfolio that will directly benefit our various communities. We are growing our grass cutting budget by an additional 200,000. In doing this, we are reversing the detrimental cuts made by the former Conservative administration. This investment will ensure our parks, green verges, and green spaces are well maintained for all residents. We're also keeping Rainsway HWRC booking free on Sunday. This decision follows a thorough review and overwhelming support from residents. As one resident aptly put it, just make it like it used to be. Turn up, drop off, and go. Our customer surveys, with nearly 80% of respondents in favor of maintaining the current scheme, have demonstrated the clear preference for this accessible and convenient service. Now, the booking system was introduced by the Conservative administration during COVID to control the flow of people to the site in a safe manner. The effect of this was our recycling rates and number of visitors to the site fell because it continued after COVID. Now, because of that, visits to the site have remained low and queuing have been controlled, but the numbers remained low, as I said. Our decision, on the other hand, has seen the number of visitors on a Sunday almost doubled, with 16% more waste collected, proving that accessibility increases recycling. As I mentioned earlier, we carried out 2 comprehensive customer surveys at Rainsway, and residents from all over Derby, representing all our wards, want this service open. We have listened and are determined to act in service of the people of Derby. We are also employing 2 dedicated waste minimization officers to tackle fly tipping and enforce our bins on streets legislation. Since my election, one of the most consistent concerns raised by residents has been the issue of bins obstructing pavements, attracting pests, and contributing to fly tipping. I have personally witnessed residents on mobility scooters forced to navigate dangerous streets due to blocked pavements. These bins are not just unsightly, they are a safety hazard, and we are tackling that. Fourthly, we're building a new crematorium for the residents of Derby, and this vital infrastructure project will provide a dignified and modern facility for families during their time of bereavement. And finally, we're expanding the capacity of our waste depot to enhance the efficiency of our waste disposal services. This investment will enable us to better serve our residents and ensure a cleaner, more sustainable city, especially given that we will start a separate collection of food waste from April 2026. We understand that residents want to see an improvement in front-facing services, and this budget delivers on that promise. We are committed to deliberate, sustainable, and impactful change. We are not simply maintaining the status quo, we are actively working to create a better Derby for all. This budget is a testament to our commitment to responsible financial management and our dedication to delivering the services that our residents deserve. So all councillors, I do urge you to please support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Repton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, tonight we've witnessed clueless opposition councillors with no plan, no ideas and no serious amendments, unless one of them attempts at the 11th hour to pull a dead rabbit out of the hat and recklessly suggest that they once again raid our perilously low reserves against officer advice. If they do, they'll display that they're not a serious opposition, and the public will see clearly through that. In Derby, we have a low council tax base, with 85% of properties in Band A to C. 67% of those properties will pay no more than £1.30 a week extra, and nearly 40% of those residents are already receiving council tax support. And yet we recognise many of our most vulnerable families continue to face hardship. That is why, as an administration, we have doubled the hardship fund to £400,000. £400,000. This means more of our lowest income families and most vulnerable will be able to access the extra help they need to cover the shortfall between their council tax and the support they receive. We have saved our 10 community managed libraries. Only yesterday, colleagues met with sporting communities, and they have some fabulous ideas and have carried out lots of work before they officially take over in April. The feedback and comments we've received from the public have been overwhelmingly positive, and the libraries will be an integral part of our communities. The challenges we face are not easy, but with careful planning, compassion, dedication and responsible decisions, we'll continue to provide help where it's most needed. And I hope that councillors tonight will all support these proposals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shanker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 14 years of Tory austerity has left this council in a dire financial position. And there's the groan starting. I challenge any one of them to get up and tell us if this council's in a better financial position than it was in 2010. No? OK, I'll carry on. Derby has been hit hard. What I can say is, with the huge efforts, a massive thank you and a well done to the senior leadership team, the leader, the cabinet, all officers who have been involved in putting together a balanced budget for, as we've heard, 2 years, the first time in over 10 years. Also, a massive thank you to all our city partners who work with the council in making sure we can deliver for our city. But we all have to recognise this balanced budget would not have been possible without a Labour government. A Labour government that's recognised the dire situation in local government caused by Tory austerity and has ended Tory austerity with the help of the British public. The local government settlement means Derby gets an extra 22
22.6 million pounds. That's 22.6 million pounds more this year than we were given last year. The most generous settlement in over 14 years. The most general settlement since Tory austerity began. Tory austerity is over. Further, there's a commitment for multi-year settlements which will make it much easier for local authorities like Derby to plan ahead. I'm pleased to see Derby has benefited £6.7 million from the recovery grant for local authorities. Somebody may be able to recall comments, and I'm paraphrasing them slightly, about taking money away from deprived urban areas like Derby and putting them into areas like Tunbridge Wells. Anybody want to guess who said that? It was the bloke who lost a leadership contest to Liz Truss. Mr. Mayor, only yesterday I was speaking in Parliament about the SEND crisis. Thanks to now having a competent Secretary of State for Education who has prioritised fixing SEND provision, Derby is getting an additional £4.6 million. More support officers and more SEND places in the city, rising to 200 over the next 2 years. More money for homelessness prevention, more money to prevent rough sleeping, more money for our accommodation programme and more money for our disabled facilities grants. This is all money welcome coming into Derby. The core funding grant has increased, as I've mentioned, more money for adult social care, more money to fix our potholes, which again have been badly hit by austerity. Early help for families, £1.3 million. Our city, our river, £35 million confirmed by this Labour government after the dither, delay and chaos of Tories, both centrally and previously here locally. And just Monday, 8 schools in Derby. Okay, doesn't compare to the 11 in other areas, but 8 schools in Derby are on the trial programme. And remember, it will be rolled out to every single primary school, saving parents money and making sure children are fed before they start their primary school day. Great progress in just 8 months of a Labour government working with a Labour council, working with a Labour combined authority mayor. It's a good start to end Tory austerity. But, Mr. Mayor, let's be clear. After 14 years of chaos and 14 years of cuts, it's going to take a little bit longer to fix. But one thing I can guarantee you, we will fix it.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, woo, Lord have mercy, what have the Labour Party been drinking? But I want some of it because it clearly takes you to a fantasy world that doesn't exist. Tonight, Mr. Mayor, we do not just debate a budget, we expose a betrayal. A betrayal of Derby's taxpayers, its businesses, its hard-working families and its squeezed pensioners. Before us is a Labour budget soaked in abject failure, riddled with reckless and relentless spending, and all propped up by an extortionate raid on the wallets of the citizens of this city. Labour wants you to believe that this budget is of sound financial management and a balanced budget. But what they have presented is nothing short of a con job. A smoke and mirrors act designed to disguise £10 million worth in cuts to services, nearly 100 jobs axed, and yet another crippling 4.99% hike in council tax, all to mask their economic incompetence. So let's start with the council tax rise, shall we? The highest possible without triggering a referendum. Funny that, and I wonder why. It's because they know the people of Derby would say no. This administration are acting like Viking raiders. They pillage, they raid, and they plunder the pay slips of the already struggling people of this city. So I ask, does the administration think the people of this city are a bottomless trough, a slush fund for their failed policies? And what exactly do the citizens of Derby get for this daylight robbery, I wonder? Crumbling roads, potholes, bins not emptied, soaring crime, antisocial behaviour, a city centre in freefall, empty shops, businesses fleeing, and no real investment. Let's take a look at the Cultural Recovery Fund, Labour's pet project and their bottomless pit of wasted cash. They are funneling money into cultural initiatives, many of them that have already had to be bailed out, while community centres struggle, while businesses struggle, and while our real city's culture, our markets, our local events and our heritage is left to rot. This recovery fund is nothing more than a slush fund for left-wing pet projects that do nothing for the people of Derby. Derby's businesses, once thriving, now suffocate under Labour's misrule. While they pile on taxes and regulations, local shops and enterprises are closing their doors, investment and entrepreneurs in the city are drying up. Our streets, once bustling with life, are now filled with shut windows and to-let signs. Labour's answer, we do not care. We're leaving real businesses of Derby to rot. And if that wasn't enough, let's not forget the hammer blow from Labour's government in Westminster. A punishing increase in national insurance, squeezing business owners and employees alike. As if energy rises weren't enough, soaring rents and declining footfall were not enough, Labour has decided to slap yet another tax onto those who dare to have ambition, who dare to dream, who dare to create jobs and wealth in this city. This additional tax is economic vandalism, plain and simple. A Labour Party that claims to stand up for workers, yet punishes job creators at every single term. And at the heart of this budget disaster, this administration's front bench and their leader, Nadine Peatfield. A leader who has shown no vision, no fiscal discipline and no grasp of what it takes to run this city. Under her leadership, Derby is bleeding money, failing its people and driving away prosperity. This budget is just not a failure, it is a monument to her incompetence. We have a complete breakdown in basic services. I ask you, is your bins collected on time? Are your streets clean? Are your social services getting better? The answer is no. This budget is not just irresponsible, it is quite frankly insulting. It punishes the taxpayer, it bleeds the city dry, and it offers nothing but a low and slow, painful decline into mediocrity. Derby deserves better. It needs leadership that believes in growth, a council that fosters business, not bureaucracy, a council that cuts waste, not services. Derby needs a new approach, one that restores sanity to our finances, that stands for efficiency, prosperity and the hard-working citizens of this great city. So let's not stand by while Labour drags Derby down into a suffocating abyss of declinism. Be brave for your residents and be bold for Derby. And my final message to this administration is this. Your budget is going to inevitably get voted down this evening. If you cannot bring forward a budget that could command the majority in this chamber, then can I suggest you make way for an administration that will? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hesselgrave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, well, brief for me. First of all, having heard Councillor Smales and Mulhall and their commentary on the budget, I hope, and I know it's relatively early in the debate, that we're going to find some alternative presented to us to match against the one that we have presented and commend to this council. AI has been mentioned by Councillor Smale, and I just wonder if there's been collective amnesia in the Conservative group. They introduced and legitimised AI by bringing it into the council, and a really good move, actually, which we built on, and we're continuing to build on, so that to extend a 24-hour service to our residents by having the capacity to respond in at least 33 different languages other than English used in our city by residents, and they are council taxpayers. So they have a right to be able to contact their council and get a response in their language and get things to make sense for them. So AI, you've started a good thing. Don't kind of decry yourselves by decrying it now.
Well said, well said.
Right, next. I really wanted to talk about the item, section 6 of the budget as presented, about the DSG, the Designated Schools Grant. And I thank Councillor Shanker for making some points that I now don't have to make, and that will make my speech a little bit shorter. I'm starting really at 2.2, sorry. The DfE announced in December 2024 that funding through the mainstream schools national funding formula is increasing by 2.23% per pupil on average in 2025 to 26 compared to 24 to 25. This includes a 1.28% increase to ensure that the 2024 teachers and support staff pay awards continue to be fully funded at national level in 2025 and 26. This is a very welcome and notable move by the increase in real terms of the support to our state schools of all kinds. It amounts to a 7.8% increase to the minimum funding levels per pupil for primary schools. For primary schools, that amounts to £4,955 per pupil and £6,495 per pupil at secondary level. Clearly, the higher amount is paid in secondary level because of the wider curriculum and the greater need to have a wide variety of teachers and departments in order to give the best opportunities for our children, our individual children, to thrive through that curriculum that's offered. The settlement for individual schools has been very well received across the piece by our heads and governors, and I am unaware of any quibbles schools have may raised when receiving their 25 to 26 budget settlement. Derby is in a good position regarding the national funding formula and has funded schools at the NFF levels for several years, including ensuring the DfE's directed amounts for each factor are paid with no factor abatements, and for 25-26 this continues. I'll draw attention to another item about the final settlement that schools will get, because we're still unclear from the DfE as to whether schools receive a new separate grant to compensate the increase in national insurance contributions to employers as announced in the budget in November 24. Any additional grant outside of the formula would mean additional monies to schools, but that would just pass through because it would just clearly compensate the cost that's going out. So it would be in, out, with no inflation of the amount per pupil in terms of how it could be spent in their education. Just quickly moving to the work that's been done, and I'm sure we all welcome the government's policy of giving our youngest children the best start in life and providing a sure route to get them often school ready by increasing the number of free hours our little ones can attend nurseries. Yeah.
Thank you. Well done, Councillor. Councillor Shiraz Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to start off first saying, how can the public trust these opposition leaders who, despite repeated requests from Councillor Peatfield to sit down with her and discuss the budget, didn't? Yet, in order to play to the gallery, here they come with their half-baked ideas and no alternative. Now, Councillor Smale, I think, has probably come down very quickly from that space station that Councillor Prosser was referring to, because he's quite clearly forgotten when he talks about our promises that they made a promise saying that they wouldn't increase the council tax in the manifesto, and yet done it year on year. So I just find it baffling that, you know, they've forgotten very conveniently their own policies, their own failures. Now, this is the leadership of a group that depleted our reserves from £35 million to £3.5, left the city in a worse state than they took over after spending all this money, and yet here they are talking about our budget, which is probably one of the most reasonable that's been presented here, and they know it, and yet just to play to the gallery, they're talking about this budget in a manner that really I honestly can't imagine what they're thinking when they're talking about it. Councillor Smale goes off on, rather than talk about the budget here, he's talking about the national government. He's talking about the national government, you know. Can I remind him that it was the Conservative Party that introduced an ill-thought-out right to buy scheme? We're giving ridiculous amounts of discounts to people, not resulting in depleted housing stocks in authorities all over the country. I fail to see how, excuse me, like you, I've got a cold as well, right? I fail to see, Mr. Mayor, how this administration, or even Councillor Prosser for that matter, Councillor Atwell for that matter, can stand up in this chamber and talk about this budget when they, as I said, have no alternative, refused or didn't return the repeated request from Councillor Peatfield to meet up with them. I'm at a loss to explain, you know, how to sort of counter these people. They quite clearly haven't got the interest of the city of Derby and its inhabitants, because they're just talking about raiding the reserves. But can I remind Councillor Smale that we haven't got £35 million anymore, thanks to them. We got about £3.5 million, stopping us just on the brink of the Section 114 notice. They were inepted their administration for 5 years. They didn't embark on anything that would help the budgets of their administration and any future. You look at the property rationalisation. We have embarked on that programme to try to maximise our income and possibly use some of the buildings for accommodation or offices. Yet in 5 years, they never embarked on that. We've employed a planning officer to help with the local plan, thereby giving time to Paul Clark and myself to talk to authorities about our housing needs with Amber Valley, South Derbyshire District. We have done everything that is beneficial to the people of Derby, beneficial to our city's image across the country and across Europe, across the world. And everything that we have done has been for betterment, not as what they did, which was, you know, the only thing they could rely on was reserves, reserves, reserves. Today, they want to go back to that and possibly take this authority into Section 114 territory, and because they can't manage it themselves, they'd much rather see somebody from outside come and manage this authority and look after their policies, if you like, because they're not capable of doing so. We are trying to be sensible. I, you know, don't want to be repetitive, but this is a responsible budget, unlike them. We don't want Section 114s. We don't want to be administered by anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A year ago, I stood in our last budget meeting and asked a very simple question. What has happened to the climate emergency this administration spent years talking about and placed as a top issue on their election manifesto? Remember the words of the current leader of the council: no decision will be made without first considering our climate impact. No decision. So fast forward to today, and I ask again, why has there been no mention of it tonight? I read with interest the Council's recently published Q3 Performance Monitoring Report. This report includes analysis of how the Council is performing against the following: delivering our climate change action plan to achieve our target of net zero carbon emissions by 2035. And next to this objective, there is red writing with an arrow pointing down. Threat, major slippage. This objective is at red risk level. To put this into the simplest of terms, the Council's own analysis is that this administration is completely failing to deliver its own climate action plan. 32 strategic priorities listed within the plan, and they are currently not worth the paper they are written on. Just a few days ago, the Council put out a press release saying that it had a community meeting to discuss climate action. Did you tell those who made the effort to attend that your climate action plan is in tatters? The Q3 report references one of the reasons as to why this administration is failing on climate change. We still only have one full-time climate officer. The absolute irony is that their manifesto said they would build a credible climate department. At least we should take solace in the fact that despite the council house now renting out office space, we should still be able to find room for the one table and chair needed for our bustling climate department. Meanwhile, this administration has been celebrating because the budget means they've introduced a new council officer for the city centre. Never mind the planet we've spent years lecturing everyone we need to save. Let's just focus on St. Peter's Street. In fact, of all the additional funds they've received from government ahead of setting this budget, none of it is going towards climate change initiatives. Are we not in a climate emergency anymore? And it keeps getting better. Their manifesto said they would prioritise council-owned green space for green projects. Yet just this month, they've agreed to sell off council-owned green space in Chaddesden for no reason than to allow developers to build hundreds of homes on green fields. When it comes to financial decisions, residents of Derby should be put on notice. Far from protecting green spaces in their communities, this administration will sell them off to the highest bidder. And like last year, I have to ask, when are Derby's local climate groups going to stand up and call out the climate failings of this administration in their budget decisions? Do you feel like they are delivering on the promises they made to you before the election? Local climate groups are happy to call out councillors in our group, like myself, for supporting the A38 scheme. So I thought I'd make them aware that the leader of the council, Councillor Peatfield, commented on a BBC article and updated plans for the A38 scheme and said, "About time too. Great news for local traffic around the A38. It's good to finally know this administration does have a view on the scheme, despite their public flip-flopping, and evidently it's roll on the diggers. All the lectures, Mr Mayor, while they were in opposition, the outcry to declare a climate emergency, and here we are 2 years into their administration, 2 budgets into their administration, and their biggest achievement is replacing some streetlights with LEDs, installing a few EV charging points, and announcing new parklets that we secured the funding for. It's finally time this administration stopped kidding themselves that climate change was ever a priority. The silence on the issue tonight has been deafening. And it's finally time they stop gaslighting residents of Derby. They tell everyone else we need to do more to save the planet, and then they do the opposite themselves. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Kerr, Councillor Graves and Councillor Hassel. Oh, Councillor Swan.
Okay.
That's actually going to be quite difficult to follow, I think, because I only get to climate change 3/4 of the way down my sheet of paper. I want to start by saying this budget feels minimalist, grey and lacklustre. I think the officers have put an enormous amount of work into achieving something which hasn't been achieved, and I thank them for that. But where's the flair? Where are the fresh ideas? Flair and fresh ideas should be coming from the political sphere. And I did have a meeting with Councillor Peatfield. But where is the, apart from the AI, which is behind the scenes and nobody can see it, this budget lacks creativity, it lacks imagination. And how we're, the answers to our financial challenge shouldn't just be boring. They should be creative, imaginative, exciting. We need some joined up and consistent thinking to be able to get benefits from different aspects of our services and bring them together. We talk about city centre investment, most of which has come from grants, so thank you mostly for the government for those. But what about district centres? What about our estates, which are looking increasingly shabby and neglected? But if everybody needs to go to the city centre, we're talking about more traffic queues, we're not dealing with our active travel, we're talking about more carbon emissions, and we're not getting the benefits of health. So we need to do something, not just in the city centre, but in the districts, and I can't see where that's happening. It's welcome news for the highways funding, and as I said earlier in this meeting, I think there's a way of being able to maximise that by being more creative, but we should be going further, and some of that is looking at how we can be more commercially aware. Talking to one of the traffic officers this week about traffic controls. We've got temporary lights on the Ring Road, Burton Road junction. Some people may have been queuing through it because lots of people are queuing through it because the queues are awful. Those traffic lights are apparently costing £100,000, which is something like an eighth of the cost of the whole scheme, is going in the traffic management for that one scheme. Does this feel like money down the drain? Is this something that the public sector could be picking up and actually getting some benefit from? Could we be going into that? Maybe under the mayor, I don't know. I've suggested it. Maybe the officers will pick it up. Another thing on our highways is when people are knocking down railings in New Zealand or lampposts, bottom of King's Drive recently. Why aren't we claiming back insurance for the costs of putting these back? We hardly ever do it. We need to be there. We need to have an agreement with the police to be able to work with them. We're part of the public sector. They're part of the public sector. Why aren't we getting money back from them? Come on. And Councillor Patterson, next on my list was climate change funding next year. But this year? In Barnsley, they have raised £3.3 million within the last year for putting PVs on the roofs of properties. Why aren't we able to do something like that? That was money from the private sector. And in Darley Abbey, we've got local people picking up and running with a project that Derby could have been doing. We did, 10 years ago, the project down here to get energy out of our river on the weir that already exists. Darley Abbey villagers are doing the same. Down at the bottom of our river, as it joins the county again, there's another one. We could be doing the same again. Where is that project? Why aren't we seeing it here? We don't need to put all the money in. We can follow Barnsley's example and get some private sector funding if the government doesn't want to cough up. So here we have community solutions, and community solutions need exploring further. People need opportunities and are willing to help because it's their city, not just our city. We know how well things going with Friends of Parks, lots of things happening there. It's a pity, I think, we didn't pick up and allow Friends of Libraries to be taking as big a role, rather than relying on an established organisation. And the museum, and thank goodness we've got a community fund coming in and the museum may be able to be saved. But, you know, we really do need to do that encouragement. We need to have more ambition for the people of Derby. Last year's cross-party amendment fell flat on its face, and it was my question that told us that the failure of the purchase of a gully wagon. And I have lost confidence, I'm afraid, in putting forward amendments.
Thank you, Councillor. I've now got Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to focus on one element of this budget, and that is the impending 4.99% council tax. Unfortunately, the senior financial officer, the director here, automatically starts with the maximum council tax. In this case, it's 4.99%. So when councillors like Councillor Khan talks about an alternative budget, you, as a Labour group, as the ruling group, are presented with a budget with that 4.99% already in the budget. There is no, you don't have a choice. They don't say to you, shall we go for a what? Shall we look at a 1%? Shall we look at 2%, etc., etc.? They just automatically present you with a 4.99% increase. I actually think that's wrong. I think we need to change the way the council thinks about council tax. I think they need to change how they present things to councillors, who at the end of the day are not senior financial advisors for anybody. We are councillors, ordinary councillors, members of the public, doing a job for the council, and we need simplicity. We need to understand what those differences are. So when councillors come here and say, where's your alternative? And this is what the senior officers will say, unless you come with an alternative, what can you do? Well, we can't. We literally can't. We rely on the finance department to do that work for us. So, 4.99%. Now, I've listened to the Labour group, and according to them, everything's hunky-dory. Everything's wonderful in the garden, and the flowers are springing up, and everything's wonderful. We've now got a Labour government, we've got a Labour East Midlands mayor, and we've got a Labour council, so it's all wonderful. And they talked about a £22.6 million increase. Although, if you listen to Councillor Shankar, it was well over 70 million that we're benefiting from, because he talked about all sorts of grants and money that's coming into the council. So I'm not really sure. I'm going to stick to the 22.6, which is the reality. So when this Labour Council has been presented with a £22.6 million increase to their budget, surely what they should do for their residents, their council tax-paying residents, is start from a zero base and say, right, well, we've got 22.6. If we don't increase the council tax, how can that 22.6 million pay for that? But no, they want 22.6 million and 4.99%. Now, I don't think that the taxpayers of our city expect us to start with a maximum council tax. I think what they expect us is to look how they can minimise the council tax, not maximise it. So I would just like to say that I don't think, and by the way, I do think that there must be some ease in this budget, because Councillor Peatfield mentioned the fact that she can also balance the second year, the first time ever. So there must be lots of money sloshing around for us to be able to balance year two. So I'm very interested to understand how we can accomplish that when, on one hand, they're saying austerity, and on the other hand, we've got all this money sloshing around. The 22.6 million should have been used as a starting point to reduce council tax, not maximise it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hassel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start with a couple of words on collaboration that's been mentioned this evening. And has already been mentioned. If members remember this meeting last year, this group put forward an eminently sensible amendment to the budget that was unanimously agreed for a new gully wagon for the city, a much needed piece of essential equipment. I would ask what has happened to that amendment? What has happened to the trust in collaboration? There is none. We cannot trust this administration to deal with planned for, debated and priced amendments to this budget. That is why we don't collaborate, because we do not trust. It's very simple. Let us be under no illusion that the additional monies received by this council have been made on the understanding that this council puts up the council tax to its maximum. A threat, holding us over a barrel. If you didn't do that, you won't get this. We have a duty in this chamber not to to our residents and not to distant bureaucrats and faceless demands of Whitehall, but to those who have placed their trust in us, the people of this great city. We cannot and must not pass budgets that serve legislation before they serve people. Everyone in this chamber was sent here by the votes of the public. It is they who look to us for protection in these difficult times. Mr. Mayor, tonight we have heard talk of a £22 million bonus for Derby. A windfall, we are told, that has graced our city's coffers, and still Labour demands more. Still, they press for a council tax rise. What are we to believe? Was this statement of newfound wealth a truth, or was it a deception? Is there money to spare? Then why are the people being asked to pay more for council tax? The Labour government promised that there will be no further tax rises for working people. A statement made by the Prime Minister of this country and the Chancellor. What we have in this budget is Labour tax rises via the back door. And we say no more. Now is the time for Labour to put their money where their mouth is. Let them bring forward a budget that has no council tax increase, zero. Let them prove that their words are not empty and that their claims were not falsehoods. Labour have picked the pockets of pensioners and now want to do the same to every taxpayer.
Excuse me, Councillor Russell. Can we just listen to the speaker, please? Thank you.
I was quiet for you, Martin. Please reciprocate. I know you find it difficult. Good. Labour have picked the pockets of pensioners and now want to do the same to every single taxpayer in this country. And that's supported by every member in the middle of this chamber, including the serial deceiver from Sinn Féin. Until such time, my colleagues and I will not yield. We will not support any budget that places the burden of Labour's deceit upon the shoulders of Derby's families. We will stand firm on this matter and we will not move. Bring forward a budget with zero council tax and then we will talk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Ashby, then Councillor Swan, and then Matt Holmes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the Cabinet and the senior leadership team and all the council officers who've worked so hard to produce this budget. 4.99%. That's what we're discussing. Why is the opposition pretending that the 4.99% increase is not what they did year on year from 2018 to 2023? It was the same every year, and there's a reason. We all know the reason. The reason is because the government has cut the funding to Derby and councils across the country year on year from 2010 up until 2024. And that's the reason that all the councils, that this council in particular, has made increases year on year, because there was no other way. So you are now saying you will not support this increase. So what else do you want to cut in the city? You have moaned, and we all know it because we hear it every week on the doorsteps. We hear about the potholes, we hear about the bin collection and other services. Which ones do you want us to cut? Did you not listen to the budget? These things are going to be addressed. Potholes are going to be addressed in the budget. There's improvements going to be had with street pride. And that's why it's an encouraging budget. That's why it's a positive budget. Did you not hear the cycleways? I thought Lucy would be cheering and excited because cycle paths are going to be improved. And there's going to be improvement to buses and transport to help with the green agenda for the city, to help with climate change. So I honestly and truly don't know what you're all moaning about, because we're just doing what's necessary to balance the budget. So if we don't have a 4.99% increase, and that's already a painful budget, because that's already, as some of you have pointed out, that already includes redundancies, which I was cringing when I read the budget, that there has to be redundancies. So you want more redundancies. You want more cuts to services. That's what the result of not having this 4.99% increase will be. So I just fail to understand what you're all on about, and I would recommend the budget.
Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swan.
Thank you. Well, Carmel, after another Carmel, following another Carmel, after that passionate speech, you leave not much room for me. But we've had many opposition speakers tonight not supporting this budget, all because of the council tax increase, which has never changed year on year. We've heard many speeches that, quite frankly, are just based on pantomime. And personally, I wouldn't recommend their scriptwriters. We talked about the fact that there has been no investment in climate change. We are seeing huge opportunities across our cities with improved cycle paths, improved active travel routes for people, but also consultations on bus lanes where we have communities who reject them. Opportunities to change and reduce our carbon emissions, we have communities who reject them. It's very difficult to stand here and say that actually this budget should be and should consider climate change at the heart of its discussion when we have many people in this chamber who do not support projects that will enable us to reach some of those reduction in carbon emissions that we need. So I suggest that you start supporting projects that will enable that. However, in the background, in my particular portfolio, I have made extremely great strides with the potential of a project for the future of Derby that sees a huge private investment that will help us reduce our carbon emissions other than those small bits that we cannot control. So, Lucy, you sit there at the climate change meeting that I hold every month. We heard about the Darley project. The Darley project was started by this council. It wasn't something that just happened. It was supported by the Darley neighbourhood team, and it will continue. And it is the start of a conversation. There is more to be done, but we need people to be behind it and not against it. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Matt Holmes.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we were constantly criticised in administration in regards to climate change, and yet we delivered Green Fleet Policy, we delivered Climate Change Working Party backed by £3 million of capital funding, we delivered OCOR investment, secured OCOR investment, and Councillor Swan and others talk about bus lanes and cycle lanes. Well, we secured £160 million of Transforming Cities funding jointly with Nottingham, and that's delivered and still delivering is what you're talking about, a range of sustainable travel schemes across the city. We secured that funding, not you. We delivered a sensible approach to clean air in the city. We rewilded Aller Street Park. We led the way on wildflower beds across the city. And that's just a few examples of what we delivered in administration to deal with climate change. What have you done? Absolutely nothing. And yet, last year, Councillor Patterson gave you the heads up that you needed to get your fingers out the proverbial whatever to get on with it. And you've done nothing a year later. And here we are saying exactly the same things to you again, with all your promises, all your pledges, and you've done nothing. It's all hot air. Clearly, climate change was a cynical political football in opposition that you promoted. You made all of the promises and pledges pre-getting elected. Now you're in power. It's been discarded. It's absolutely outrageous. So the leader of the council now can sum up. So can you tell us, please, everything that you are going to deliver, everything that you have delivered, not the things that we've handed you on a plate? I'm all ears. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kowalski, if you want to go.
Well, I'll try not to be rude. As we have heard, our proposals outline a balanced budget for 25-26 and indicative balanced budget for 26-27. And firstly, I should like to thank everyone who's played a part in this achievement, and not least our Director of Finance and Section 151 Officer, Alison Parkin. This balanced budget position has not been achieved without taking difficult decisions. The Council is still facing pressures of 39 million next year and requires the delivery of £10 million of savings. The savings necessary are due to address the impact of demand pressures, inflationary costs, maintaining priority services and investing in the Council plan. However, the provisional finance settlement received on the 18th of December last year from the new Labour government was welcome news for Derby. As we've heard, our core spending power increased by 22.6 million, which is an increase of 8.6% and above average for the sector. Make no mistake, this more favourable settlement does not reverse the previous government's austerity policies faced by the sector over the past decade plus years, as a result of which this council has had to make in excess of £285 million of savings. We still have tough decisions ahead of us. That said, the settlement has provided some welcome additional monies for Derby, particularly seen in the allocation of the recovery grant, and it was pleasing to see that the grant distribution favoured these authorities like Derby, with high deprivation and a low council tax base. This is in response to the lobbying for a fairer distribution of funding to those councils who have experienced the hardest financial challenges. The council can now provide some further welcome investment in services and, crucially, has also enabled the replenishment of reserves to provide some further financial resilience. We've heard about SEND services, a cultural recovery resource, additional council tax support and more. A word on reserves. The budget risk reserve this administration inherited, we've heard about, it was 3.5 million. Well, actually, it was forecasted to be depleted to a balance of zero by the end of March last year. It is our budget strategy to replenish reserves. Contributions to reserves total over £10 million in 25-26 and a total of 11.5 million over the medium term. This will still require further replenishment over the medium term. Any major unplanned or unbudgeted shock will potentially undermine the financial position of the council. There is an aspiration to increase by 0.5% until we reach adequate levels. These planned contributions to reserves are essential to provide the financial resilience and sustainability of the council. The report includes proposals to increase council tax by 4.99, just as the Conservative administration did every year, even after promising that they wouldn't. Our capital programme is ambitious, totalling over £407 million over the next 3 years. It will have a major positive impact on the city. And finally, I'm proud that we are proposing a balanced and responsible budget that is ambitious and positive for our city, our people and our partners. We have talked with residents, we have listened to our partners, we have taken advice, and above all, we have faced our challenges head on and are improving and enhancing our services now and looking forward to a more resilient and positive future for Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hadn't actually planned on speaking in this debate, and I promised Councillor Rawson before the meeting I'd be brief if I did. So for once, I'll stick to that. So just 2 points, really, from myself. The first one around grass cutting, which we've heard a little bit about today. Last year in grass cutting was chaos. It was your budget. Own it. You're happy to own projects started by the previous administration around Guildhall and around Becketwell. Own the grass cutting failure under your administration. You stated when you took administration, you'd do a big budget review. You told us you'd done it. You denied bringing a report when exec scrutiny requested that you did so to outline what changes had been made. But if you made changes, own the changes you made, own the consequences, own the budget. And the second point I want to make is around council tax. We've heard a lot about that today, and we heard, what are we moaning about, apparently? So I'm going to quote you. 2nd of March 2022, Derby Labour Party. Labour is not prepared to see another maximum council tax increase. Think about what you did in your last budget. Think about what your National Party leader pledged. Think about what you're proposing now. Hypocrites, the lot of you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, if there's no more speakers and we have no amendments... Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not stoop to the very, very low level set tonight by Councillors Smale, Mulhall, Hassel and Holmes in particular. However, I take exception to the hypocrisy of the Tory party. 5 years in administration, and they raised the council tax to the maximum every year, despite recklessly promising to keep it to a minimum. Why did you raise council tax to the minimum amount while you were in control? Because you realised that the financial impact it would have on the budget and on your ability to set it and your ability to keep the council afloat would be severely impacted. You asked why we are raising council tax to the maximum. And in spite of thanking the Director of Finance for explaining the budget to you, this is quite clearly shows you have no understanding of it whatsoever. And it demonstrates that you should never be allowed anywhere near the budget setting process again, especially when you demonstrated your inability to grasp basic maths when you blindly jumped on an incorrect press article that couldn't work out some simple sums. Now, you stated that we are sitting on 22.6 million, or it's sloshing around. As you've heard this evening, and you said you listened, but you clearly didn't, the majority of that money has already been allocated. The remainder that was left, we have invested, as I stated in my speech. That money, that 22.6 million, has saved this council from drowning. The 22.6 million from the Labour government was the lifeboat. A lifeboat saving us from drowning in the demands of adult social care, homelessness, rising cost of living, poverty, which is leading to more complex needs demands, in the truss inflation, all caused by your government. Perhaps Councillor Smale needs a little reminder of what he said on the night that they lost the general election. Derby Conservative councillor slams his own party for embarrassing and shameful. I think I've been betrayed, said Councillor Smale. Nothing short of what the party deserves. Voters have clearly given us a good kicking. Perhaps you need to remember that before you throw your hypocrisy our way. So a zero increase in council tax, is that what you're suggesting? No council tax increase for this council. Do you understand that that represents £6.5 million? Do you understand that there would be no increase to the social care provision for this city? Do you understand that the providers that give that social care would collapse and topple? Do you understand that we would have no balanced budget? We would have no balanced budget for next year or the year after, that we could not legally set it, and we would not have sufficient reserves. Our Director of Finance and Section 151 officer cannot legally recommend that that happen. If you vote down the most progressive budget that this council has seen in 15 years, with better to come, a budget that is resetting the finances of this council, if you vote against responsible decisions, replenishing reserves, financial security, with no ideas to present to us, with no suggestions, grey or otherwise, Councillor Kerr, you are voting for Section 114. And we will never stand aside for you or for that. Councillor Folk, it's a bit like family fortunes in here tonight. We asked 100 residents what they wanted to spend council tax on. You said grass cutting. Our survey said, ding! You said bins, rubbish and fly tipping. Our survey said, ding! You said potholes.
Time. Councillor Peatfield, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to finish. Make sure you finish, please.
10 minutes.
You gave me 10 minutes to respond, Mr. Mayor. Our survey, you said potholes, our survey said, ding! We are delivering what the public has asked for. What more do you want? Peacock preening and grandstanding is over. Now it's time to behave like adults. Do the job you were elected to do. And I will remind you, councillors, you have a duty to facilitate rather than frustrate the setting of a lawful budget. And this obligation is shared equally by each individual member. I will now invite the monitoring officer and the head of democracy to please advise these councillors on their responsibilities, because they are clueless, and the consequences if they frustrate the setting of a lawful budget. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I'm going to invite Alex.
No, I think go for the vote.
Go for the vote.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As outlined earlier, all votes relating to the setting of the budget and the council tax are required by law to be recorded in the minutes, and therefore I will now conduct a recorded vote. So when I read your names, will councillors please indicate whether you are for, against or wish to abstain on the approval of the minutes of the council cabinet that are listed in your agenda pack. First of all, Councillor Amin, please. For. Councillor Ashby. For. Councillor Atwell. Against. Councillor Bolton. For. Councillor Bonser. For. Councillor Kerr. Abstain. Councillor Chambers. For. Councillor Dinter. For. Councillor Evans. Against. Councillor Eyre. Against. Councillor Falk. Against. Councillor Graves. Against. Councillor Hassel. Against. Councillor Hazelgrave. For. Councillor Alison Holmes. Against. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Against. Councillor Hudson. Hudson. Yeah, just bear with me. Councillor Celia Ingle. Against. Councillor Phil Ingle. Against. Councillor Kaur. For. Councillor Janglia Khan. For. Councillor Shiraz Khan. For. Councillor Kozlowski. For. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lakin. Against. Councillor Lindsay is not here. Councillor Lonsdale. For. Councillor Martin. For. Councillor Morgan McGeehan. Against. Councillor Mulhall. Against. Councillor Nawaz. For. Councillor Onwaha. For. Councillor Pandy. Against. Councillor Patterson. Against. Councillor Pearce. Against. Councillor Peatfield. For. Councillor Poulter. Against. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. For. Councillor Repton. For. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu is absent. Councillor Shanker. For. Councillor Smale. Against. Councillor Swan. For. Councillor Truella. Against. Councillor Whitby. For. Councillor Wilson. For. Councillor Cecile Wright. For. Councillor John Wright. Against. And the Mayor, Councillor Potter. Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's an abstention. The voting is complete. The motion is therefore lost.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Chamber, we're going to ask the officers to have a chat with us and just put their views forward.
I'll go first. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'm going to advise the Mayor that we shortly move to a short adjournment, which will give the opportunity for discussion with group leaders on next steps. Excuse me. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the Chamber of the duty of this Council to set a balanced budget and that the time imperative for setting that. All councillors have a duty to facilitate the setting of a lawful budget, and this obligation is shared equally by each individual member of this chamber, of this council sat in this chamber. It is not a sustainable position for the members of the opposition to not put forward proposals. Then will need to be discussion and negotiation now to move forward and agree next steps. I would therefore suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we move to a short adjournment to agree what we do next.
Thank you, Emily. Do I have a seconder for moving to an agenda? Thank you very much, Councillor Pearce. I'm going to suggest a 20-minute adjournment. See you back here at 1:45. So, ladies and gentlemen, there have been discussions, and it is proposed that Emily will speak to the Chamber, after which we may have an agenda. Sorry, we will have an adjournment. Sorry about that, we're all getting a bit tired, aren't we? Emily?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your patience, councillors. We have had discussions during the adjournment, and there is an emerging position. I'm now going to propose to the Mayor that we have a further adjournment while the groups go to their respective rooms to have some discussions. That will allow us then to come back together and proceed with tonight's business. Before you go, I would just like to remind you of what I said before we adjourned last time, and the importance of setting a balanced budget in as timely manner as possible, and that there are significant consequences, which I do not have to take you through at this point, but you are aware of, if we do not set a balanced budget. On that, I would ask Mr Mayor to propose an adjournment to the meeting. I would propose that we adjourn until 21:50.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you hear that, 21:50.
Is it agreed? Is the adjournment agreed? You need to call for the adjournment.
Do you have a seconder? No, mate.
Okay, well, all those in favour of the adjournment?
All in favour?
Go. That's passed.
Do you want to notify Emily that you and Alison will go to
So welcome back to the meeting. I intend to move a motion without notice under CP 86 to suspend Council Procedure Rule CP 67 and to allow the minutes of the Council Cabinet meeting to be reconsidered. I will also propose that CP 47 is suspended to allow councillors who may have already spoken on this item to speak again. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Dinser. And could I ask members now to vote in favour or against? Are there all those in favour?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can I just clarify a few things? I've listened very carefully to what you just said. You said a notice of motion, an emergency motion, which is understandable. However, you've talked about discussing the same budget that we've already just discussed. I don't think that this authority, this constitution, allows us to talk about the same subject twice in the same meeting. I would just like clarity on that. Furthermore, can I just carry on? Furthermore, I am a little bit concerned that the chief officers are trying to persuade you to do this on the basis that they've got things that they need to do and they've got things ordered, such as posting the council tax things out, and they wanted us to do this tonight. And yet you've had a little meeting in your office of about half an hour or so, and you've redesigned the budget. And yet parties like ours and the Conservatives have spent a lot of time talking to the Finance Department about little changes that we'd like to be made, and it's taken weeks. But you can do it, or these can do it in half an hour. I am very concerned that we won't have the proper details in that half an hour or here in this council chamber if we now vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Graves, you are correct in that the Constitution doesn't provide for the same item to be debated twice in the same meeting, and that is the effect of but the Constitution also provides for any procedural rules to be suspended by majority vote of this council, and that is the effect of the motion without notice that the Mayor has just proposed, which is to suspend Council Procedure Rule CP 67, which allows the minutes of the Council Cabinet to be reconsidered at this meeting, and also to suspend Council Procedure Rule CP 47, which allows councillors who have already spoken on that item to speak again. So if this motion without notice were to be passed, it would facilitate the discussion of that item again at this meeting. I'll allow Emily to address the other points that you raised.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I actually think that you're fudging the rules. The rules are being fudged. I've seen time and time again in this council chamber where rules have been fudged. I don't think that we don't have the documents. We don't have the budget for a 3.99% council tax increase. We have documents that say 4.99%. How can we consider those carefully with a half an hour?
Graves, I would just like to make it extremely clear, as the monitoring officer, and Alex, as deputy monitoring officer, that there has been no fudging of the constitutional rules. The committee procedure rules allow this course of action to be taken with the consent of council. That is what's being proposed. There has been no fudge. Secondly, what is being asked of the meeting at the moment is for the council cabinet minutes to be reconsidered. At this point in time, nothing else has been proposed, and we are waiting for any proposals to come forward from the floor. And it is at that point when you will be able to determine whether you have sufficient information or not as to whether this debate can go ahead. You can vote with knowledge. At this point, nothing has been proposed for you to consider.
Thank you, Emily. So, we've had a seconder. Can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour? All those against?
Fine, it's passed.
That motion has passed. Could I invite Councillor Peatfield to move the minutes of the Cabinet, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move the minutes of the last Cabinet meeting.
Second. Yeah, are there any other speakers?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, before I make an amendment to this budget, I understand the leader was asked to clarify a situation on the budget, and I would like that to come before any amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Peatfield.
Do I have permission to speak again, Mr Mayor? Mr Mayor, so no overall control evidently means compromise, and though there feels little room for that in the room this evening, the opposition have requested me to clarify a point on the £22.6 million that we've been discussing this evening. The £22.6 million increase quoted tonight represents an increase in the Council's core spending power, and this is a measure of the resources available to local authorities to fund service delivery. This includes both additional government grants and an assumption that the full increase in council tax is levied. That is something that we have said in our public statements, we've said in the press, we've said on our social media literature, and indeed our finance cabinet member has expressed tonight about the increase of 22.6 million in core funding. So I'm happy to clarify that point. The opposition, I understand, believe that they have been misled, but I would suggest that further to my point I made earlier about not understanding the basics of the budget and not grasping the maths, I would suggest that they have misunderstood it from the beginning. But I hope that that clarifies the situation. Thank you.
Councillor Hassan.
Mr Mayor, I was about to propose an amendment, but I do not accept what the leader has just said, and it is our misunderstanding. It was not a misunderstanding, it was a misleading statement. Therefore, there will be no proposal from this party. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to call another adjournment for 15 minutes. Can I have a seconder, please?
All those in
Thank you.
favour?
All those in favour?
Of adjournment? No, not yet. It's about the duration of the meeting is maximum of 4 hours. The clock stops during adjournment, so we've not actually got to that point. We may get to that point, Councillor Porter. Adjourn approved. All those in favour of the adjournment?
Councillor Kerr.
I haven't been privy to the discussion of the group leaders, and as the majority of us here have not. But I think we all understand that we do need to have a decision on the budget, and the group leaders have come up with something which the officers consider is deliverable and has met the aspirations of one or more of the group leaders who put forward proposals. I would very much like there to be a way in which we can actually discuss the detail as to what is being put forward. I wanted to have something on paper so that we can look at it. But it needs somebody to put forward a proposal to say, let's talk about whatever it was that our leaders were talking about so that we can all talk about it. And I'm happy to do that without even seeing it, because I'm fed up of adjournments. I want us to be able to get to the end of this meeting and go home, quite frankly. And I want the people of Derby to know what we have decided. if we haven't got sufficient knowledge on the bits of paper that we're about to be given, if we have somebody to move it, then we need to adjourn and say, we need more information, or we need some answers, or whatever, or we're not happy with it. But at the moment, we just need to get on and be able to see what we're talking about and talk about it. So, have we got the paperwork? May I read this paperwork, and if I think we can debate it, I will propose it. Have you got a copy of it?
Yeah, order, please, order.
Yeah. And it will go into additional cost for the capital.
Don't send it more, let's see what Steve was about. He's going to propose the amendment.
Well, he's not going to if he's refused to, because he's just refused to.
Right, thank you very much for agreeing to that adjournment. As we start again, I'd like the Executive Officer just to give the Chamber some words of advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, we're going to pick up where we left off with the suspension of those committee procedurals which had been agreed by the Council. I believe that the first thing we'll be starting with will be providing the Leader with an opportunity to address the meeting, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been asked to provide clarity by the Leader of the Opposition on the £22.6 million that we've talked about this evening. The £22.6 million increase quoted tonight represents an increase in the Council's core spending power, and this is a measure of the resources available to local authorities to fund service delivery. This includes both additional government grants and an assumption that the full increase in council tax is levied. I retract my previous comment that suggested that they did not comprehend or understand that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hassel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment, if it can be circulated, please. Am I okay to speak on it while it's being circulated? Okay.
Councillor Hassel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This amendment seeks to reduce the proposed council tax increase from 4.99% down 1% to 3.99%. It also looks to add, and I would like the word estimated removed from the amendment, please, to add £1 million to the capital programmes for parks, and that will be a benefit realised across the city. This amendment, while we fully appreciate the finances of the council, this looks to give something back to the people who are struggling out there from the rather poor decisions from the government, particularly our pensioners, who have seen a rather heinous cut to their winter fuel allowance. I would also just like to clarify that the previous statement around 22 million additional funding is actually extremely misleading to this chamber. It is not. It assumes a full, albeit 5% increase, which is not additional funding. It's actually tax revenue from the people of this city. It is wrong, it is deceitful, and it is actually a lie to propose that we have received additional funding when that we haven't even enacted this council tax increase. The Leader needs a long, hard look at herself over that statement. Her suggestion that the detail of that has been put out far and wide, we cannot see it, and I doubt she can prove it. This is spin and deceit on a grand level, and we will not settle for it at all. So, Mr. Mayor, I propose the amendment as printed. Thank you.
A second.
Yes, me a second and reserve my right to speak.
Yeah.
Councillor Peakfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 22.6 million is indeed incorrect. Actually, we need to discuss the additional 22 million in public health awarded by the Labour government, the additional 5.7 million awarded for the extended producer responsibility, the 16 million in better care provision, the 2.2 million awarded to cover our national insurance contributions, the 2 million awarded from the Children's Prevention Grant, all of those outside of the core spending power, which actually, with a quick tally, totals £47.9 million, outside of the final settlement and outside of that 22.6 million core spending power. So, by all means, go ahead and argue your point, your one point, and you know, while you do, let's add nearly £50 million of investment in this council. But on to this amendment. The irresponsibility of this amendment is just unbound. We proposed a balanced, responsible budget that took us from a precarious financial position to one of stability. We talked about our lack of resilience in the past, and this amendment basically puts us right back there again. With these proposals, our reserves will remain at just around about 3%, still on a precipice, still only one step away from disaster, still nothing to defend our city if we have another disaster around the corner, another flood, another couple of children taken into care that cost us several million. We won't afford it, and we will not be able to balance the books. This amendment does not balance the budget for year 2, so I have to take back all of those great things we were able to say that about after 10 years we can actually balance the budget for 2 years. This amendment stops that. We will have to find £2.3 million of cuts in year 2 of our budget. And I need the public to remember that, because in 2 years' time, they will have forgotten that they pushed these cuts through, and they will be the ones, just like when they pushed cuts through in 2020, their 2023 budget, they will be the ones turning the blame on us when we can't deliver services, when we can't cut the grass as often as they want, and they're blaming us. We will be here to remind you that you pushed £2.3 million of cuts through when we had proposed positive changes to this council, positive investment in frontline services that you, councillor Folks, had asked for, and we were about to provide. They're taking it away. So I ask the public to remember that. I ask them to remember that they may crow today about forcing through 1% less of an increase on council tax, but it's us that will have to find the cuts. It's the public who will have to face the consequences of those cuts. Will it be cuts to grass cutting? Will it be cuts to bin services? Will it be cuts to their freedom to decide how they want to get rid of their waste at Rainsway? Or will it be cuts to granny's care provision? It may be the city that suffers the damage if we are hit with one more disaster and we face Section 114. So no, my group absolutely rejects these irresponsible amendments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Prosser.
It's always presented as cuts, but we've just heard that we've got £50 million of extra funding. I really don't understand what's going on here. There's an awful lot of really misleading figures being bandied about, particularly from the central group, who have already said multiple times that the 22 million was from the government, when clearly the 22 million pound was not from the government. And that is what's really wound this meeting up tonight. We've had lots of misleading statements leading up to tonight. Now, all these parties have put tremendous effort into trying to bring amendments and settle the budget tonight, but we didn't get there before the meeting, right? Because lots of things have stopped us. Suddenly, though, we've come in the meeting and money is available, where certainly it wasn't available before the meeting. So we have to try and settle something. This is not really what we were after. It's not really that acceptable. but we do need to settle a budget, and we're going to try our best. But it really isn't acceptable to mislead the chamber, and it's not acceptable for when people come with ideas and when we try and work stuff out for nothing to be available until the night, right? We have tried, and nothing's been acceptable until tonight. And it really isn't acceptable for that to happen.
Please, order.
And you haven't spoken
Order.
to us.
Everybody has the chance to speak, please.
I think I've covered it, but, you know, efforts have been put in behind the scenes, and nothing has come of it because we've been denied it on multiple occasions through multiple parties. But hopefully we can get something through, but we must not mislead this chamber. Thank you.
I've just been advised that it is getting late, and I will take a limited number of contributions, but please take them to the point and make them sharp, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am generally rather frank and to the point. Let's be clear. Despite extra government funding, this council's finances are already not in a strong position after 14 years of Tory cuts. Our budget that we propose in good faith tonight is already a compromise. And as I said to you earlier, on all sides of the house, if you want to support the elderly and vulnerable in this city, you will vote for our budget. 25% of the city's providers are all saying that they may be in an unsustainable position come April. If enough of those care providers will collapse, we will see increased costs to the council as we seek care support possibly outside the city, or we have to bring in these very expensive national providers. We will have to provide that care. And we will have very, very weak reserves. So let's be clear, this could alone bankrupt the council, never mind what else we won't be able to do. And what I say is our other option is that we reduce further people's care and support. And that would mean we see people slipping out of the system, being left and abandoned. And actually, some people could be at risk of dying because of this petty,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order. That is completely unnecessary, and that is a slur on a member of this council.
Because of this petty politics of playing with people's lives. They didn't put
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Would you please ask for a retraction of that statement?
On what basis, Councillor Grace?
On the basis that they're slurring a member of this council, and in fact a group of this council. Saying that people will die because of a council tax increase, I find it very appalling.
What I actually said,
Excuse me, Councillor Martin. If we're going to raise points of order, then you need to say which committee procedural order you're referring to, Councillor Graves. There are no grounds that I believe to force Councillor Martin to retract that statement. It wasn't a personal statement about an individual.
No. And I beg your permission just to repeat my point, Mr. Mayor, given that it's challenged.
Oh, just be careful. We'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning if we're not careful.
I want to say that if we reduce care further, those are the risks. And what I would say is that they didn't put up anything before this amendment. What I'm asking them to do is shut up and vote against this amendment and actually vote for our budget, especially if they want to support the vulnerable and elderly in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to follow on from Councillor Prosser's points, and I'd like to make a note that it is very frustrating that with our group, it has taken many, many weeks to try and get information and help with our amendment, but tonight we have seen 2 amendments drafted up in a very short amount of time. That's very frustrating. Furthermore, we hear that there are time pressures due to the council tax bill being booked in with the printers shortly. This is déjà vu. We had this problem in the past, and I thought the council would have learned from its past mistakes, especially looking at the makeup of this council. You should not expect councillors to vote for a bad budget. And I hope that the council in the future gives adequate amount of time when it comes to booking the council tax bills with the printers. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in response to the time taken to work the budgets up, as you've alluded to, I've worked with your group on doing so. I don't believe that there's been any prolonged delays in doing that work. We've been negotiating between ourselves around what the amendment was that you've required. They've changed along the way. The team have responded quite quickly to your requests. Tonight's amendment was pretty clear. The ones that have been worked with previously were looking at numbers of households and quite a lot of detailed information that did take to come forward. A calculation of a 1% reduction in council taxes is a pretty easy calculation to make. So I'd just like to make that point really in terms of the support that you've had during those budget amendments.
Speak on the motion. Do you wish to speak on the motion?
Councillor Chambers.
I'll keep this really brief. Earlier I said that some people in this chamber are out of touch with reality. And stood here as the cost of living, equalities and communities cabinet member, I find it diabolical that we're putting parks before people. Whilst we all love parks and they're really important to us, £1 million, what I could do for people in this city, in this cabinet role with £1 million, would make a massive difference. But we're choosing to put parks before people when there's way more priorities than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Repton.
Well, what we've had tonight, a disgraceful schoolboy back of a fag packet amended motion after the actual debate. Councillor Martin is absolutely right. We're playing politics of people's lives in terms of the services that people in this city depend upon. And what for? What for? A 1% reduction equates to the very most about 30 pence a week. We will not support an amendment, and you lot who are playing these political games will hold you, and the public will hold you accountable if you vote for this amendment. It is playing with people's lives for the sake of 30 pence. People's lives are worth more than 30 pence. We will not support them. You will also put this council in perilous danger in terms of where its reserves are. And in the future, more job cuts, more services, more people's lives at risk. We will not play your game, and the people of Derby, if you push this through, will never forgive you, and we'll make sure they don't.
Councillor Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do like Councillor Repton. He does make some entertaining speeches. Again, it's the way the information comes through. It's only 30 pence, for God's sake, you know. But apparently we're going to bankrupt the council on 30 pence. But anyway. One thing I just would like to clarify, and Councillor Repton did say it, and so did Alison Parkin, actually, and that is, it's not a 1% council tax cut. It's a 3.99% council tax increase. There is a difference. And it's the fact that we talk about that within this council chamber. It is an increase, not a cut. If we're talking about a cut, we talk about minus 1%, but I don't think that's what people are suggesting here. But my main point that I wanted to make, Mr. Mayor, is that although we've had many adjournments for this meeting, and there's been lots of meetings in your office, and things were agreed and said and understood, that we come out here and the leader of the council, of this council, instead of being contrite, starts to make political points, which I find very disappointing.
Right to reply, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, right to reply. Personal explanation. CP 47, thank you. There's cooperation right there. Nobody, certainly not me, agreed to be contrite, and nobody can force me to be so. What was agreed was that I would make an explanation, a point of clarity,
What was agreed was that they had amendments that they would propose, and I was very, very clear at that point that they cannot force myself or my group how we vote on those amendments. Nobody is holding anyone to ransom in this room, least of all them over us. We will vote in the way that we see fit. So you need to retract what you've said there. No promises were made, and I refuse to be contrite, Councillor Graves.
Can I continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. The point is that the agreement wasn't that you were going to be contrite, but I just think as a leadership quality, you might be contrite. A leader sometimes realising when there's a problem within the council chamber, we are a hung council, that you actually might take some leadership, and contriteness in this particular instant would have been a very good attribute for you. As I said, I'm very disappointed that you didn't come across there and actually try to resolve a problem. And I do understand that there was no agreement for you to vote, your party to vote in a particular way. You can still make your arguments that you don't agree with the amendment. However, it's the aggression that you put towards my party and that
can
party.
you talk about the motion?
Yeah, I am talking about the motion. I'm talking about getting to an agreement for the amendment. Now, my party here is struggling to agree to that amendment because, as Councillor Repton pointed out, on the back of a fact packet, we should have had some time to consider what these implications would mean. And we haven't been. What we're doing is we're being led by officers because they want a decision tonight, because it suits them, rather than letting us, as local politicians, to agree what we should be doing and making sure that we got the detail. So the back of the fact packet, Councillor Repton, is what has been agreed in the chamber, of the Mayor's chamber. So I'm not sure how all our members are going to vote, but I think this is a good way forward. It's a relief, if you like, if we can get this through, and hopefully we can get the Labour Party to actually think about whether they want a resolution tonight or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Emily's going to supply some information for us all, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the meeting. I think it's important that I address the comments by Councillor Graves on several occasions this evening that this timetable is being forced by officers. Obviously, during the course of debate, amendments have been proposed and positions have been proposed, and there have been a series of political discussions. It's the role of officers to advise councillors, elected members, of the legal constraints within which they are operating. The Council is required by law to set a balanced budget by the 11th of March each year. There is a timescale associated with that which allows the issuing of council tax bills. It is that legislative timetable which drives the timetable for the budget process. I think it is important at this point, I'd hope not to have to do this, but to explain the failure to set a budget, a balanced budget in time. If we do not do that, we'll have no lawfully agreed budget from which to finance functions and operations. We'll have an inability to require payment of council tax until the budget is set, but will still be required to make payments to precepting authorities. We will be unable to enter into new contracts requiring financial input, as to do so would be unlawful on account of there being no available budget, defaulting on existing contracts and being subject to penalty provisions, damage to the council's political, commercial, general reputation, impact upon the willingness of third parties to contract with the council, impact upon service users. It is therefore absolutely within the responsibility of the statutory officers of this authority to advise members of the imperative of the timescale for setting a balanced budget. It has not been forced by officers on councillors. There has been councillor-led negotiations within an advice provision by statutory officers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Emily.
On that. I do
Under
want
what
to...
CP?
CP 64.
64.
64, which is that?
Yeah, so you have said, or maybe a point of clarity, I don't really know what this is going to fall under. You've just said that we're not under, well, that we're under pressure to balance the budget by the 11th of March. It is true. Alan didn't say that, he was saying that we were pressurised to bring it tonight, which is also true because the council tax has been booked in for this weekend, right? That is not acceptable. We have been put under pressure by officers to agree it tonight because of the council tax printing process, which has been booked by officers before the budget is set. And you cannot deny that. You cannot pretend that that is not true. We've been put under pressure to get it done tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kerr, do you still want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got 5 points. One is in terms of the timing, we also have the potential for the fire and rescue decision on their precept not being decided tomorrow if they are finding it as difficult as we have tonight. The second point is that it is difficult being a minority administration. A couple of decades or so, no, a decade and a half ago, it's something that I experienced, and it is something that should be kept in mind more often. And I think that this should again be learning for next year. The third point is that we're talking about a reduction of 4.99 to 3.99. What isn't clear in this amendment is whether that's going to be a 2% plus 1.99% or whether it's a 1 plus 2.99%. So, but I don't think it makes a lot of difference because we're going to spend money on adult social care from beyond what we have anyway. So I believe the inclination was to safeguard the social care spending, and the general spending is reduced, but we spend it anyway. There are longer term implications of reducing the amount of tax we take. I regret those. I seriously regret those because we'll never catch up. But the final point is that we are expecting local government reorganisation and things could be very different in a couple of years' time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 1 point very briefly, and just an observation really. I am very surprised that the Leader of the Council and several members of the Cabinet have stood up tonight and said they are so bereft of ideas for what to do for this city that they either tax residents to the max or bankrupt the council. That's what you've said over the forthcoming financial year. Over 30p a week, you're either going to tax residents to the max or bankrupt the council. If that's seriously the position that you feel we're in, that all you can do is tax or bankrupt, really consider whether you should be sat where you are.
Councillor Olsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out a couple of things tonight, and I think a lot of this has been a lot of smoke and mirrors. It's not a case that we don't all want to come to an agreement of some description, and the reality is that this has happened year on year, time and before. It happened when we were in control, and it happened before that. We come to these meetings, things haven't been agreed, we haven't worked together, promises have been made in previous budgets and they've not been upheld. The trust is lost in this leader and this group. And that's the problem here. They're failing to work with us, they're failing to come up with solutions, and then they have the audacity to turn around and say, you're going to bankrupt this council. Now, in their administration, these reserves, in their own words, were down to zero. There was nothing left. If their amazing government didn't come, you said in your thing, you said in danger of because you didn't have the funds, etc., etc. When we left in 2023, and the actual reserves were 5 million at that point, right? And that's not just that's the actual budget risk reserve is 5 million. It was 63 million pounds of reserves overall, and that's a variety of various other reserves. And then do you want to see this thing, Councillor? Because obviously you don't know. Earmarked reserves, but they're earmarked. You can move reserves. They are often moved intermittently between
Let the councillor
reserves.
speak, please.
Reserves are often, and within year, often moved around. So reserves in general were at 65 and then at 63 in the final year. The reality is, and going to point to this point is, during your administration, it has been way below what will be proposed to be something like, you said you were going to put in 10 extra million, and instead you're putting, by using this and giving people that 1% cut, you're only putting in an extra 9 or rounded figures. You're saying that that's not okay, even though during your administration it's been below the designated reserves, and that was from your own admissions. The reality is that you're just trying to mislead this public. You continue to do it. You continue to play politics. You should have come out here this evening, come up with a solution, worked with us, like we did when you came with a proposal to cut the council tax in previous years, and we admitted and we worked with you and we got an agreement. You're very unlikely to get an agreement tonight, and that is on you, not us.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move CP 60A, please, if we can move to the next business.
I'm taking 2 more speakers and then the seconder.
But I've moved a motion, Mr. Mayor. We have to vote on that motion. Have we got a seconder? Please move to the next business. Let's vote on it.
Right, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard austerity is over. We've heard how the government has given this council increased funding across the board. And a few hours ago, we had several positive messages of self-congratulation from the leader of this council and other cabinet members that this administration had presented a balanced budget. However, now they're suggesting that a % reduction in their maximum increase proposed council tax and a £1 million in capital funding, not revenue, will push this council over the precipice into bankruptcy and shamefully lead to deaths, which is absolutely disgusting and should be withdrawn. You know, how about the withdrawal of the winter fuel allowance, which you all defended in this chamber? How about that? So Labour are acting now as though they've got a solid majority, and they don't. It's no overall control. Compromises is what you have to do, and this is a sensible, common sense compromise. You need to accept it and move forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dinser.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I mean, one thing we can all agree on, we are in a minority administration with all the pitfalls and all the problems that it creates, because the will of any particular political party cannot be taken forward. However, this amendment, I cannot vote for this on the basis that it is assuming that the solutions will be all in the reserves. The 1% reduction will mean year on year inability to raise £1.272 million every year. So for 1 year, we may be able to accommodate this in the reserves without making a difference. But if we do that every year for reserves, we are putting ourselves into a very critical situation, one we have tried to move away from. And as a leader said earlier, the aspiration was to get to 5% with a 0.5% increase in our reserves year on year. This will blow that out of the water. But the reality is, everybody needs to be clear that a reduction of 1% is not just reserves being raided on one occasion. It's year on year, 1% not being available for services, for improving our services and to maintain our services, and possibly not having to cut back our services. That is a reality. And for that reason, in this complicated, disappointed minority administration, I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. As Councillor Smell has indicated he doesn't wish to speak, we'll move to the vote on the amendment. Call the vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, if you bear with me one moment whilst we display the recorded vote spreadsheet on the screen. Okay, members, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the amendment? So that is the amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Hassel on the printed forms of amendment. So when I read your names, will you please indicate if you are for or against the amendment? Councillor Amin, please. Councillor Ashby. Against. Councillor Atwell. Sorry, Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bolton. Against. Councillor Bonser. Against. Councillor Kerr. For. Councillor Chambers. Against. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. For. Councillor Falk. For. Councillor Graves. For. Councillor Hassel. For. Councillor Hesselgrave. Against. Councillor Alison Holmes. For. Councillor Matthew Holmes. For. Councillor Hudson. For. Councillor Celia Ingle. For. Councillor Phil Ingle. For. Councillor Kaur. Against. Councillor Jangir Khan.
It's locked out. For a week.
That's
coming through the barrier.
Yeah, I think some of the passes have stopped working, I'm afraid. So someone might need to go and rescue
Jodie's
Councillor
gone to rescue him. Carry on.
Okay, Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kozlowski. Councillor Kuss. Councillor Lakin. Councillor Lonsdale. Councillor Martin. Councillor Morgan McGeehan. Councillor Mulhall. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Anwaha. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Peatfield.
Aggressively against.
Councillor Poulter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Shanker.
Against.
Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan.
Against.
Councillor Truella. Councillor Whitby.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Cecile Wright. Councillor John Wright. And just before we move to the Mayor's vote, if Councillor Jagir Khan and the Mayor, Councillor Potter, please. That concludes the voting. The amendment is carried by 25 votes to 23.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Any speakers on the substantive motion at all? Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a joke. What an embarrassment to the city. Reluctantly, regretfully, we will support this amended budget. This disgraceful amended budget, but you were presented tonight with a responsible budget that set us back on a solid financial footing. That's gone. You were presented tonight with a responsible budget that balanced for 2 years in a row. That's gone. We are the party that puts people first. As you can see from tonight, the remainder of the councillors in this chamber are the parties that put parks first. Mr. Mayor, I move the budget.
Thank you. Record a vote.
Time for a vote.
Record a vote, Alec.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, again, we will need to conduct a recorded vote. This time it will be on the substantive budget proposals as amended. When I read your name, councillors, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the substantive budget as amended, please? Councillor Amin, please. Councillor Ashby. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bolton. Councillor Bonser. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Chambers. Councillor Dinser. So just for confirmation, Councillor Atwell, you wish to abstain? Or? Okay, Councillor Atwell, to confirm, you wish to vote for the budget? For. Thank you. Councillor Evans? Councillor Eyre? Councillor Falk? Councillor Graves? Councillor Hassel? Councillor Hazelgrave? Councillor Alison Holmes? Councillor Matthew Holmes? Councillor Hudson? Councillor Celia Ingle? Councillor Phil Ingle? Councillor Kaur? Councillor Jangir Khan? Councillor Shiraz Khan? Councillor Kozlowski? Councillor Kuss? Councillor Lakin? Councillor Lonsdale? Councillor Martin? Councillor Morgan McGeehan? Councillor Mulhall? Councillor Nawaz? Councillor Onwaha? Councillor Pandy? Councillor Patterson? Councillor Pearce? Councillor Peatfield? Councillor Poulter? Councillor Prosser? Councillor Rawson? Councillor Repton? Councillor Ralston? Councillor Shanker? Councillor Smale? Councillor Swan? Councillor Truella? Councillor Whitby? Councillor Wilson? Councillor Cecile Wright? Councillor Jod Wright? And the Mayor, Councillor Potter, please. The minutes are approved by 25 votes to 2.
Thank you, everybody. Now we move to item 12, minute extract 134-24 of the Council Cabinet meeting held on 12th of February 2025. We will now consider a second minute extract from the Council Cabinet relating to the adoption of an updated Council Plan for 2025 to 2028. Councillors will note that the refreshed Council Plan has been developed and consulted upon alongside the medium-term financial plan. Councillor Peatfield.
Speak up a bit, Mr. Mayor,
Sorry,
please.
I'm losing my voice.
He's losing his voice.
As the Cabinet member with overall responsibility for policy and strategy, will you move the minute and present the Council Plan, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This statement seems a little redundant now, but I'll read it anyway. The Council remains ambitious for Derby, despite the financial challenges faced by the local government sector.
Excuse me, don't be so rude. Come on, Chair.
Councillor Ingle.
He doesn't say anything in the chamber at all, and then he just wanders over there.
Mr. Mayor might say something.
Carry on, Councillor Peatfield.
We might as well be here till midnight, eh?
They'll be leaving as usual.
The Council remains ambitious for Derby, despite the financial challenges being faced by the local government sector and the financial challenges faced by the opposition. The new Council Plan for 2025 to 28 brings alive our aspirations for the city and refreshes our mission statement and priorities to reflect the latest needs and ambitions for Derby. As we look to the future, we remain committed to delivering the essential services that residents rely on, such as emptying bins, maintaining roads and parks, and looking after vulnerable children and adults. But our role extends beyond these vital services, and we are dedicated to making Derby a better place to live, work and play. The Council cannot achieve our aspirations for the city without the vital support of its communities, businesses and partners. This plan outlines the role that everyone can play and key outcomes we will look to achieve through collaboration, underpinned by our new mission statement, "Together we're building a city to be proud of." Over the next 3 years, we will work tirelessly to deliver against our partnership themes, of inclusive city, putting people at the heart of everything we do. This takes on a whole new meaning now. Green city, promoting a sustainable Derby for future generations. Vibrant city, reimagining our city with culture and diversity at its heart. City of growth, creating a modern city with jobs, skills and homes. And a connected council, collaborating to deliver efficient, integrated and accessible services. Councillors, let's continue to work together to make Derby an even better place for all. Let's hope so. I commend the plan to Council.
Thank you, Councillor. Are we a seconder, please? Councillor Repton, are there any more speakers? Any amendments? Thankfully, no. Can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That's moved. Item 13 is the council setting. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Item 13, council tax setting, 2025 to 26. This is going to be subject to a meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock, Emily? Yes. So I'm going to move to item 14. Pay policy statement 2025 to 26. The next item of business is the pay policy statement, which requires the approval of council. Councillor Kozlowski, as the Cabinet Member with responsibility for human resources, will you move the recommendation, please?
He owes you a beer. Yeah, Councillor Kozlowski moves the recommendation.
Thank you. Have we a seconder, please? Councillor Hezbollah, thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against?
I need to say something in a minute. I need to say something in a minute. So, excuse me, councillors, for the intervention. I just need to explain. You can't exit the building without being escorted by a member, by Jodie, basically, now, because passes have stopped working because of the hour. We are going to have to coordinate leaving. So when Mr Mayor draws the meeting to the adjournment ahead of tomorrow's meeting, we do need you not to all pack up and try and leave in dribs and drabs. We're going to have to leave as a group so that we can all get you out. You can go to your group room and then all gather in Dem Services and then we'll get you out of the building. Thank you. Derwent Street.
So, sorry, the pay policy statement is agreed.
Yeah.
Moving to item 15.
Item 15. Councillors' allowances and expenses scheme 2025 to 26. We now consider a report to set the councillors' allowances scheme for the next financial year. As we have already heard, the monitoring officer has granted a general dispensation to allow councillors to vote on the proposals. Councillor Kozlowski, as the Cabinet Member for Governance, will you again move the recommendations, please?
Thank you. I move the recommendation.
Can I have a seconder, please?
Pardon?
Dinser. Move to the vote. All in favour?
In vote of being paid.
Any against?
Let's draw this one to
Yeah. I now move to the final.
Sit down, please, councillors.
Oh, too eager, too eager. Yeah. As explained earlier, this meeting we will now need to adjourn until the Fire Authority has met to determine their council tax preset tomorrow morning. I therefore move that the meeting be adjourned to 2 p.m. on Thursday, the 27th of February, where we reconvene in the council chamber. Do I have a seconder, please? Well, that's great. Thank you very much. Can I have a vote in favour before you go? Thank you. Right.